I heard your comment. I mastered the app.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, a little practice goes a long way.
I see you got all kind of got the little the ticker at the bottom.
Right,
Got the
right.
intro music, the countdown.
Yes. I had to. I'm trying to get a little bit more polished. Maybe I thought that would bring
Absolutely.
more viewers. Um, I was a little bit surprised when I challenged the woke community not to criticize Dr. King. I was a little bit surprised that that got more views than I usually do. So
Really,
on Instagram, oh yeah, but I got called a coon.
you got called a coon.
Yeah,
Hey, people kind of loose with these terms, man. Coon kind of strong.
right.
It's a strong term. Hmm.
Yeah. So, but neither here nor there. I don't really mind. It's par for the course when you challenge people to think outside of the box. Um, you know,
The thing is to think though, like if I'm, and I guess a challenge is a challenge. I guess however a person want to come back at that, that's what's up too. But I don't want to engage anybody unless it's going to be civil. Like if we can't have a civil engagement, and if the only response you have to my challenge is to to insult me, then then you're not thinking. I absolutely believe that you're no longer thinking.
right, right. And it's no longer about discourse. It's about
You're
insult.
insulted, right?
Right,
You're
right,
insulted.
right. And so that's the main thing about being able to have discourse. I think you and I have been on opposite sides of
Of a
this
lot
stuff.
of topics. A
Yeah.
lot of topics. A lot of topics. That's how I started, really. It's
Right,
been but it's been very civil and thoroughly enjoyable.
right, 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 exactly. And so I always feel like these recordings could eventually be like in a college setting, observed in a college setting.
Right. Right.
Right,
Right.
right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
it's not fodder. So a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
people,
not just entertainment. Entertaining but not entertainment.
right,
Yeah. Yeah.
right. Um, and I noticed that a lot of people said that the Moorish discussion was the most entertaining, and I don't feel like that got to a disrespectful.
It has some moments. There were absolutely some moments where lines were crossed.
Right, right. I agree.
It was cool though. I thought it came out cool though. I thought everybody was able to voice, to articulate a stance and a position,
Right.
in a respectable manner. There were some, at one time there was kind of a little bit, I felt like the commentary about people's homes and they marriages. You might want to be careful about that. But outside of that, I felt like no, this was we were able to have a discussion.
Right, right. And so, you know, because I was criticized because I was like, don't criticize Dr. King. um, I think I was coming from a standpoint of, I think I've seen several of Kwame Ture's lectures or interviews in which he spoke of Dr. King pretty affectionately, even though he did not agree with his approach. Um, and so for me, I used to be the one that said King messed everything up. He was a sellout. I was one of those people for a long time. And so
What was their stance based on particularly?
stance was based on, I grew up like military family. And so I got to see racism internationally. And so this dream that he had to me was like an illusion, and I experienced it firsthand, which was the reason why I probably gravitated towards more of Malcolm X, because I definitely experienced racism in Okinawa, Japan, and Seoul, South Korea, and a lot of times people don't realize that that disconnect between ideology and reality. And so, while a lot of people may, disillusion themselves into thinking that everything is okay, um, it's not the case for a lot of people. So that was the main reason. But, you know, I got a little bit organized this time around.
I see you. Like I said, you done mastered it.
And so,
The polish.
a little bit more polished. That's what I'm trying
That's
to
what's up.
do.
That's what's up.
See,
Always improving, progress.
definitely, definitely. It's a new year. I was like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it right. So,
That's what's up. That's what's up.
what were your thoughts on? We already have a previous outline. We don't have a script ever. But what were your thoughts on me stating that Dr. King's negative impact on Black America was desegregation? How do you feel about that personally?
I think I want to be careful about. I want to be careful about how much power I give King. I think King's very powerful. I also want to be careful about. I'm not an academic. I'm scholarly guy, sure. Educated, whatever.
Right.
But I think my greatest position in all this would be as one as citizen of a Black community,
Right.
a pillar or whatever, and a father, husband. Um, I want to be careful about how much power we give King. So I kind of want to be. I want to locate specific spaces.
Definitely.
Because I think that in my mind there are two really major the I have a king speech is to me an after thing. To me,
Right.
that was I and I could be wrong. This is my research to date and my thinking on this to date. I do believe that the I have a dream speech was something that they pulled out of that particular the Jobs March. It was a lot of people there. It was a lot of people, and I don't mean a lot of people in the audience. I mean a lot of people there had organized it. King
That,
wasn't the major, guy there. I think he was kind of
yeah.
probably unknown, and I think we have a hard time with the concept of an unknown in the world that we live in. You know what I'm saying? Everything's a known, right?
Right.
You can just be a father in Baltimore and have a bunch of followers or whatever.
Right.
Um, I think I always felt that the bus boycott, I felt like if you were going to do a bus boycott, and granted, I've never run a bus boycott
Right.
before. I've
Right.
never done anything of that level. I have never, I don't have a church congregation. I haven't organized that. I have trouble organizing my son's day. Um, I did feel though that even after like it took them like 3 years to really get some push on that.
Right.
Um, I do feel like in 3 years, man, y'all couldn't maybe y'all should have kept what y'all had. You know what I'm saying? Like that was my thinking. I felt like the idea that became the idea, the seed that was planted. And I understand. I absolutely understand what Dr. Toure is saying. I absolutely Toure Nay Stokely Carmichael. I absolutely get what he's saying. King's courage is is palpable. Even on the screens that we watch him, right?
Right.
But I did feel like if we finna spend 3 years boycotting, man, we ain't going back. This is it. This is
Right.
permanent. We're
Right.
not. And I felt like the message that gets sent is white people's things are so precious and so meaningful to us that what we're sacrificing for is not really freedom or justice at this point. It's
Right.
just proximity. It's just this kind of, I don't even know if I would consider it acceptance. These were private businesses.
Right.
These weren't, the public stuff is one thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Even that I have my thoughts about. The public stuff is one thing, but the private stuff is like, yeah, I couldn't, and I do feel like a part of the conversation that is left out is a class-based discussion on the professional Black class feeling a certain way um about I would boil it down to associating with, why do we have to be with the poor Negroes? We're Harvard educated. I'm the 10%.
Right.
Not always, because without the bourgeoisie, we don't have the Green Book and all of that kind of stuff. But the reality is, a lot of Black people felt uncomfortable being around their own kind,
Right.
and I do feel like they wanted to be. Unfortunately, a lot of integration is just proximity to whiteness. It's not this fight for justice. It's not a equalizing thing. In fact, it did ultimately created more inequality, and it did break a certain form of nationalism as espoused by Richard Wright. But Richard Wright also espoused that, that nationalism kind of was on its way out anyway. So there's a discussion there.
I think Richard Wright felt that it was waning. Yeah. Black nationalism was waning due to the prospects of desegregation. And so it's actually interesting to me that when we talk about desegregation, right, and the boycotts especially, we're often talking about not only just proximity to whiteness, but we're also talking about losing independence in a sense.
Right.
And so it's almost as if when you're saying desegregation, you're saying the first generation or two has to put up with a lot of crap in order to you guys to all be respected or treated
and
or
you don't really, right, and not to cut you off, and you don't really, like, I'm glad you, there's a difference between, like, I don't even know about, like, I was gonna say there's like a difference between integration and desegregation, but I don't even want to use the word integration because I'm not quite sure I like that word either. You didn't from the studies that I've looked, I could mention Baltimore. I've seen the county schools and the city schools. I've seen what that looks like here. We're still segregated. I've seen St. Louis in my, since I was a kid, it's still segregated. The deseg program. I mean, you bust a handful of Blacks to these predominantly white schools, man. That's it's still, you haven't done anything. The city schools are still what they are. In fact, it's only like it only creates more. It only feels like more inequality because now you have this kind of you have this optic, and it feels like you're running away from your schools because your schools are so horrible. You know what I'm saying? So once again, Black schools are horrible, white schools are great, and whatnot. And it does begin to feel like Black people can't, Black people can never get it right. When, in fact, Black people probably had it better than white people for a very long time in the 1910s and the 1920s. Maybe not because there are so fewer Blacks in the United States of America than whites and Native Americans. I want to make sure that I mention that as well. Although, in the 1800s, this is kind of a different type of Native American for reasons. But yeah, every time, especially in Florida, like the study that I read in Florida, they're almost saying segregation. Like these are
Right.
white schools in Florida that are upset that they have to bring in, black kids or whatnot. Um, that they've been able to exist like that for so long is interesting. But they don't say segregation, but they say bring down the value, bring down the education, make us uncomfortable, make the students uncomfortable. Yeah, that kind of language. But it's the same thing, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I feel like you didn't. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it didn't happen. You only integrated the businesses. He didn't really integrate those. You can spend your money with us, but it's not like black people have, these large investments in these major companies or anything like that. You just spending money. You're just a consumer. You were allowed to spend your money, but as far as their schools and whatnot are concerned, a few Negroes here and there are able to benefit.
Right. Right. And those are called outliers, and we don't count those.
Typically,
We don't
typically.
typically count those in
They
data.
they tend to skew the sample, right, right, right.
Right. And so, like, for example, I remember living in a small town in Paris, California, and we had these rural cities nearby who were so small called Romoland, Homeland, and another one that I'm forgetting. And they were essentially trailer park rural, predominantly white areas,
Right.
and our area was mainly black and brown. And so, you know, all of a sudden, um, they were deciding to build another school for trailer park land, and it was called
Trailer
Heritage High.
park land.
It was called Heritage High School. And to me, that had some certain racial undertones
Yeah,
in calling.
right.
Yeah,
Heritage.
yeah.
Showers.
Right, right, right. And they were very small populated compared to Paris, the city, Perris. And so that was the first time I recognized white flight,
Right.
like in my face systemically. And then also they redistricted um, what Heritage High, you know, boundaries were, and it was right along the racial lines. So I found that to be extremely interesting. And then a few students complained about them getting their own school. And to shut us up, we got a technology center, a science and technology center. So you have eye rinsing um, stations and chemistry, and you have
Wow.
a computer lab. But a lot of classes still were in trailers, not Heritage High. So it was very interesting to see in real life how that actually occurs, and nobody thinks it to be out of the norm because it's just so embedded into American culture.
Right.
Um,
Right.
and so, even when I look at as far as like black businesses, um, during the time of desegregation, black people were only allowed to shop with black businesses. So our dollar would circulate several times, and we had
Like
lots.
everybody else's.
Right,
The
right,
the like I get it. If you're tax paying citizens, you want your government to provide a certain amount of services and protections that I do feel like the government obviously was lacking.
right,
Um, and then there were the other whites. So and it's very difficult for me to separate. And I understand that there were a lot of different fronts, a lot of different political conflicts, social economic conflicts. The rednecks versus the industrialists, and it was America's United States has always been heavily divided on
definitely,
many different fronts, extremely fractured and segmented society. However, one of those segments is the black and white segment. It's very difficult not to see. It's kind of like what happened in DC earlier. Are we even allowed to talk about that? Do we get banned if we discuss what happened before the inauguration? Feel like
right.
it's like we're it's AD now. We're in a new, anyway, man. After Biden. Anyway, it is very difficult not to see this particular segment of white America as the government because off mentioned Black Wall Street. I don't think we talk about the government's involvement in that enough. And they bombed them. The same thing with the MOVE organization. The first black mayor bombed the black citizens there
Right.
and killed people.
Right.
And so every time black people made these kind of advancements, there were their white counterparts with envy and jealousy or just entitlement. They had been sold this dream from their rich friends and their rich kin, that you are, rightfully you're by race you're supposed to be superior to these other people,
Right.
and instead of just competing economically like they tell us, they destroyed what they had.
Right.
They used force, and even though at that time black men coming back from the military, they attempted, but so salute to those who failed, but there was no competition.
Right. Right. And we have to remember Black Wall Street happened in 20 major cities throughout
Right,
the
right,
1940s
right, right,
to the
right,
1940s. So we just don't talk about them. We don't know about them, and a lot of land was seized. A lot of businesses were
a
destroyed.
lot of wealth.
Yeah, definitely.
And the narrative and I think maybe that's a bigger thing. Like we're talking about the legacy here, and I think what people like you and I, parents, what parents have to tell our children
Right.
before they go off into the world and get told 50 million other damn stories.
Right.
It's very important how we shape our children's minds, especially on topics like this. Even probably, I feel I'm going to say, especially for me being in the kind of community that I live in, it's important that my son know that when you step out here in this world, this ain't what it always looked like.
Right.
This used to be, these areas used to be very thriving communities, but for one reason or another, one form of racism or another, they were sapped of their a spirit, not only a spirit, not only economic, not only finances, but a certain willpower, a certain spirit was sapped out of the people for
Right.
various different reasons. And that has left a lot of these communities in shambles. And part of that discussion is you kind of have to instill in your children a part of the narrative that nah, they came out of a really interesting condition, and were able to get it right until till their white counterparts decided to do something different,
Right. Right.
do
And I
something violent and hostile.
right. uh Hostile takeovers, like literal hostile.
Absolutely, and yeah, literally, right.
Right. And so NIU Faith Jones, she said black confidence is diminished as well. And that's exactly what
Absolutely. Yeah,
you
right.
were
The
speaking
spirit,
about.
the spirit, the spirit.
Right, right. And so when we think of, um, a certain type of what you were discussing, the willpower, trying to motivate each other to do certain things, it takes a lot because I feel like um, that's why I was complaining about the imbalance in mainstream hip hop was because I would love for people to view more images of just regular black people, not superstars,
I
not
think that's important. I think it's important, and I also feel like go ahead, finish what you were saying. Finish what you were saying.
well, because you only get two extremes. It's like abject poverty, or like
And super rich,
right,
or
right,
so we're supposed to believe. I also think it's dangerous the methodologies. Um, like with the exception of the Kanye West's and we like Kanye, we don't, if Kanye West held a job before success as a rapper, like I don't know what jobs Kanye West had. You know what I'm saying? We're it's never, it's always before I blew up. I was a successful dope dealer, or, and I'm not knocking these lifestyle choices or these economic pursuits,
Right.
but it is difficult to find oneself. All of us wasn't selling no goddamn dope. All of us wasn't selling ass. All of us wasn't pimping. All of us wasn't, most of us probably, and even those of us who did, you probably weren't very successful. The data shows most of us were not successful in the underground economy. And so it is absolutely difficult because it does rob us from locating ourselves in the culture that we're financing, and that's supposed to be a direct reflection of us.
Right. Right. Exactly. And so even with like something like the Cosby Show, I didn't feel like it was regular Black people enough. I thought maybe Family Matters
I can
was
dig that.
closest. Um, Harriet was a teacher, and
He had to be a cop though.
yeah.
I
Well,
felt I thought it got a little too magic Negro with the
yeah.
Stephen Stefan thing. Um and then I felt like, why couldn't Urkel just get some polish? Like, why does he have to become, why does he have to go into this magical thing? Why
Right.
does it have to be this weird science thing that has
Right.
to transform them? Like, why can't the culture
Why?
transform them?
Now,
Or and why do we have to wait to the last season before him and old girl, before
yeah.
Laura sees it, and so yeah, but you're right. You don't, that's about as middle of the road as you were able to get. I thought Rock was great. I thought Rock was great. Great
Right.
call,
Right.
Anais. Absolutely. Rock and there was another show. What's the one where he owns like a bar? I think it's like a bar in DC. It's an old one. So there have been very short lived, um,
Right. Picture.
televised, and
Right.
I try to be careful about the media, but absolutely, our I don't want to blame rap for everything. I do believe that there everybody's thing, everybody's ism has a place, but it
Definitely.
absolutely has to be contained for all of us to
Right.
be able to enjoy our places in these communities. It
Definitely.
can't ever, no one group's one thing should be, overrunning and, um, interrupting the peace of others. You can have your ism, but
Right.
let's all have our ism.
Right. Right. Exactly. Well, yeah, like the Wayne brothers, Malcolm and Eddie. You're absolutely right. Um, and
And everybody's gonna have their own, take on these things.
right, yeah, because there's so many ways to see it.
So many
Uh,
ways to be a black person in the United States of America, man. This ain't
right,
like we're not discussing one. We are discussing humans.
right,
We're not discussing 10 people. There have been a lot of us here for a very long time. I've never counted to a million. Most people have never counted to a million. They're like right now there are like 40 something million of us.
right.
Um,
Maybe more because it's based on the census.
Maybe more, a lot more. Absolutely. Those who have not been counted in, and the lies, of course, the lies.
Right,
Um, you know, um, that's a lot of people, man. That's a lot of
right,
ideas. That's a lot of various expressions. That's a lot of different experiences. And I don't want to. I understand the strength of essentialism, especially in the conversation of Black nationalism, and the need for liberation and the need for a unifying vision. But the reality is, man, we're different, man. They're black. I've met around a lot of different Black people, man. We're very different. We're not, we all have our own thing.
right, right, right. And so,
So many ways to wear your blackness. Right.
Right. And we definitely all have our own thing. I think the common denominator is systemic racism.
Right. And that's something that I feel like a lot of people have a hard time saying. Like it until I understand the need to see things from, for lack of a better word, the more positive, the more healthier side. We want to unify because we are in this condition together. But the reality is that condition was foisted upon us. Yes, there were there were Native Americans here, and there were Africans in Africa, but we are at a different a point of confluence in the discussion. We come from something that historical happening that occurred that shifted everything. It shifted it was a complete paradigm shift in everything, the structure of everything, and we are a different people. And because of this this oppressive center, this white supremacy, white now, whatever you need to call it, because of this oppressive system, we all have to figure out a way to bring this in long enough to combat this problem. But what brought us together is not specifically just us. It's not it's not specifically our sameness. It's that, this one group of people have defined us as sane. And so now we have to figure out some things, and we have to bring this together. We have to figure out some commonalities and kind of highlight cultural nuances that we all kind of share at the national level, in order to kind of find something that we can agree upon and build a strong enough force that we can get some fucking land, a military, and a goddamn banking system.
Right. And so I actually, one of the critics of me was a Moorish brother, and he said, I love him.
The same brother, ain't it?
Yeah,
the doctor.
Yeah. It was a different one, actually. It was a different one. He said that it's because we don't have a nationality. And I said, you are absolutely correct. We don't have our own currency. We don't have our own military. We don't have, the biggest countries, the best countries have a clandestine agency. And so,
the intelligence agency, right.
And so we don't have
and a few of them in some countries.
Right. Especially here, we got like 4.
That's the one I'm talking about. Secret agencies got secret agencies.
Right. We got, gray ones, black ones,
right.
psyops. So, there's so many different things that you need to be an actual nation, and just, I don't want to say nothing offensive, so I'm gonna just say, claiming a flag in a country who don't want to claim you, I don't know if it's the most productive means of trying to combat systemic racism. I think, we need to think bigger and and different. Yeah, we need our own money. You guys are absolutely
we have to have our own things, and it's okay to accept that we are different, man. That we aren't uniform. That we come from different walks of life and all of that. We all have our own ism. It's cool. Right. It's okay. It's acceptable. Right. But we do have to come together. We have to figure some things out in order to build a system big enough to fight back, or we too will be crying about pipelines coming through our water supplies. Right. We will be, locked on these reservations of blackness. Right. Our numbers can, we've been doing pretty good. Don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of different ways to wipe us out. There's not just one. And so we do need something, that we can plant some tanks on and say, nah, this is as far as you guys are allowed to come.
Right, right, definitely. And I've even said in Africa, I said they need air traffic control. You
Yeah,
know,
a whole lot of. And
no,
they're gonna need some cyber security forces over there
definitely.
too.
So yeah, I was like, man, there's so many, ways of being attacked nowadays. Yeah, they definitely need more.
Especially with this where we're at, like, this is America's number one thing. They're gonna bomb you, and then they'll take pictures of soldiers on the ground.
Right, right.
Once they done bombed you from the air, and now they don't even, they'll just drone you to death thanks to Obama. They'll,
Yeah,
some white kids playing with, PlayStation controllers will bomb the shit out of you
right.
until they've wiped out, your military leadership, and then they'll send the ground forces. And this is not to knock the military. I really support the soldiers and all of that, man. I understand the need to. I understand once you get out of high school, man, and you're looking for a way out of a way in this world. College is extremely expensive, and they don't just give you jobs because you're here and you say that you know something. And so I understand that the military is an absolute great opportunity. Me as
Right,
well.
right.
But the reality is, it is an imperialist military,
Definitely,
and its goals are absolutely nefarious as far as the human condition is concerned.
definitely, definitely. And so when we'll get to the anti-war aspect pretty soon. Um,
Can we say this on YouTube? We are so going to get banned.
hold on, yeah, let me take that off. Let me take that.
Delete, delete, delete.
I don't want to be Alex Jones for real. Oh man, all
Because
his
they are kicking people off of these motherfuckers, man.
right,
Jesus
right. They've
Christ.
been censoring us, so like that's why
Super
I was like, when
censorship.
people were surprised about Trump, I said, nah, they've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, they have. I don't want to. I don't want to encourage it. I don't want them to put, like, rules on the books. But nah, they have. They have been censoring the fuck out of us and shadow banning us forever.
Right, right, right. And so I know you said you don't like the term integration, but I would love to discuss desegregation versus integration. Okay, so uh, in my opinion, an example of desegregation would be, well, let's say integration. It would be like in the school curriculums, if they didn't glorify the founding fathers,
This is you're calling this desegregation.
I would call that desegregation
Okay.
because they still do that to this day. Um, Men who, raped people and stole
Thomas
people.
Jefferson,
Yeah, right,
not
right,
just raped her, but paraded her. He was proud of her,
right,
proud of his rape victim.
right. And that was his um sister, half sister-in-law.
Is
She
that
was his
right?
half sister-in-law. Yeah. Um, Even crazier. So,
Yeah,
because
yeah. That's a new. Yeah, yeah.
she was inherited. So, yeah, that was the craziest part to me.
And we celebrate the. And I know we're going to talk about, but yeah, 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 yeah.
we do, and we celebrate George Washington. He had 300 slaves, and I remember going to his land. It's been preserved privately,
Of
um,
course it has.
and their I don't want to call it an excuse, but
The
their
reasoning.
saving grace for George Washington was he was the only president to liberate his slaves after he died in his
Yeah,
will.
right, right, yeah, yeah. I had them, but you can't have them, so
Right,
that makes him a noble guy.
right,
Same
right,
thing with Jefferson. After years of raping his 12-year-old,
right,
he has a change of heart.
right, right. And
Whatever.
so even oh,
What?
I was going to say, even Dr. King, he was criticized for his infidelity, but Benjamin Franklin had a French child that was not from his wife. So if we're gonna go there, let's go
Yeah,
all
it's
the
a lot. It's a lot of people's heroes. Like if you want, if and black people have to clean house, and I want to be careful about the space of ancestral, this kind of ancestry space. Once somebody kind of becomes an ancestor, that should be a sacred space, and it's some protection supposed to be there, and it's supposed to be in house.
right.
If white people want to pick apart our legends, then we have a large litany of your legends that we can start with any day of the week. You know what I mean? But black people
Right.
do have to kind of we do have to tend to our own our
I
own
agree with that.
messes, so to speak.
I'm saying um I felt I feel like our heroes get blasted more than their heroes. Their heroes get
Absolutely,
glorified.
absolutely.
And
Yeah,
so
they're on the
and
dollars. They're literally on currency. They will not let you forget that
right.
they are the heroes, and they're absolutely not going to tear down those statues
Oh no, oh no. And
or get them off the currency.
or they're not gonna tell us we're 5/5 of a human.
Right, right,
So
right.
until you do that, I think you have it in writing as 3/5, and then you say, now, if you're a criminal, you're still ours.
Yeah,
State
right, right,
federal
right, right.
property
A
is ours.
slave, a slave, a
Right,
slave.
right. So
Legally, by legal terms. Right, right.
exactly. Involuntary servitude is
Involuntary service.
the
Right,
phrase.
right.
And so, like, if you think about it, um, we see so many things that we take for granted. For example, I have a first cousin, and he was in the penal system, and he had to train seeing eye dogs. And typically in the real world, people get paid bank to
Yeah.
train seeing eye dogs. And he was struggling and had to pay, upwards of $6 for one roll of toilet paper. And so, when you look at it from that standpoint, it's like, oh my goodness,
Right,
what have
right.
we become? We've become a society that, our criminals have no rights. And then they are disproportionately black, and to make it worse, there's an exoneration rate of 50%. So how many do they actually,
Yeah, right,
not even
right.
acknowledge
Yeah,
that
right.
they didn't get right? So I'm like, wow. I look at all these stats and I'm like, this is sick.
And then there's this there are these we do have an extremely inhumane view. The society is so competitive, and maybe this is the ideology of capitalism at work. The society is so competitive that uh, like on a discussion of Kamala Harris. One of the comedians on one of those YouTube clips I saw was saying that that they got caught and all this, and it's like, this isn't even like, we're not even talking about, like, we're not talking about running a bill criminal. We're not talking about some guy running up in the bank or something like that. We're not talking about cats shooting at each other in the corner. We're talking about mothers. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like her. These are the points of the record that we're most concerned with. You know what I'm saying? The insensitive response of an office holder in the discussion of truant children. You were
Right.
proud that you locked up mothers, nigga. Like you, you're like, this isn't like the guy who might have caught, like the guy who caught Al Capone or some shit like that.
Right.
Like you didn't do like you didn't shut down the motherfucking no, pick a crime family. You know what I'm saying? You didn't do that. This wasn't like, nigga, these were mothers who probably had no type of uh, ain't no telling what those mothers was going through. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That you locking them up and smiling about it, and you got people who don't seem to understand. They got caught. You're not understanding. You think that everybody that's in prison is whatever. Whatever your favorite rap nigga is, whatever.
Right.
And they're blind to the reality of what's really going on. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And furthermore, like you said, so many people who are locked up right now are, wrongfully convicted, or, the sentencing is so ridiculous,
Definitely. Definitely. And
And
so,
in light of the rest of the West, United States of America, when it locks up way too many people, and then
right.
the system itself is such a rotating door where you have to begin to question what the fuck is are you rehabilitating any damn body?
Right.
Is anybody is this working for anybody, or are you just throwing bodies away?
And recidivism is a direct, you know, um, effect of like a lack of community resources when they get out. So, um,
Absolutely, absolutely,
you
absolutely.
know,
You're left to your own devices. You're
right, right.
absolutely left. You have
Nobody will hire you because you're a
you
felon.
you have you have and you have these um you have these demands from your parole officer to perform, you know, filling out so many applications per day, and then you got to make sure that if you got a home plan, it'd probably be a house arrest, shit like that. But even if you got a home plan or something like that, you're supposed to be out doing this per, so many hours of the day or whatnot. And
Right,
and and sure, people do get lucky, and it's like with anything else. Some people have family that they, you come back to, but most of this is independent of the state. It's not like you are given a job when you get out. You have to go and get these things yourself, or these things have to already be provided for you, or you are left to your own devices.
right, right. Exactly,
And
and
most people are going straight back to where they came from.
exactly. I mean, what
Where
options
else they gonna go?
are
Right,
there?
right, right. Where else they gonna go? Right, they're gonna
Get
go straight back to where they fell from. Yeah.
right? Like, who wants to get paid minimum wage for a crappy job that nobody really, honors or respects?
And
So,
especially, and not even just that, the money is not doing anything. Like
oh
I
no,
like I granted, um I do believe in a flatter society. I don't like the hierarchical structure of the society. I don't like the status and all of that, yada 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 yada. But
right,
given the reality, if you can pay, you get you transportation, and you can get you, a house, and all the, I kind of will, and the prestige you might have to sacrifice on. But the problem is these jobs aren't paying anything in most of these areas throughout the United States of America. The cost of living is pretty high, man, and minimum wage hasn't kept. We're fighting for $15 an hour. I'm thinking to myself, $15 an hour,
much higher.
nigga, I can't do nothing with that.
Right, right, and it's almost awful to me how people complain about like the current system, um, in which if we all have the strongest GDP in the world and other countries are paying entire salaries for a year during COVID, like we should be
Right,
ashamed of
right,
ourselves.
right, right,
So,
right.
I believe the
And
job market
and and,
is
and
stronger.
they're still forcing everybody to go back, man.
Right,
Like, I don't want to, I don't give a fuck about these people, man. But the
right,
reality is, Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. It's the same fucking plan. Everybody still got to go back to work. Everybody's got to get out the house during a fucking pandemic. I don't give a
right,
fuck how many vaccines you give it. Everybody's NPR. Everybody's reporting it.
right,
The vaccines aren't going to work.
right.
COVID is adapting, or however the language should be, mutating,
Mutating.
whatever. I'm not a medical professional, and whatever. Okay, whatever,
We got to get Dr.
whatever.
Stevens. This is
They don't want to get him. We might be on drink number 3 by now. Now let me stop. 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 But yeah, like I know we're supposed to be talking about King, but I do feel like, we've bought into this system to such a degree, man, that we're not even using good common sense.
Right.
Just because, just because your team won the championship this year, they're still going to send your ass out to that motherfucking pandemic, man. You still going to that pancake right now. And it's
Right.
weird, so like this isn't, and so and the jobs aren't, they aren't, these they just don't care. They just
They
don't
don't.
care,
They don't. And so, I look at the we're getting way off topic, but that's
I
okay.
know, I know.
We can steer it back when we feel
That's
like it.
right. That's right.
And so I feel like the government is like an NFL coach, and like we have concussions, and they're
Right.
still going to send us
Right.
out to the game.
Right. That's a great one. That's a great example. We're still going to play in that AFC game. We're still
Right,
going to quarterback that AFC game, concussion and all. You're
right,
still going to
right,
get you better get them yards.
right, right.
And
And
that's
so,
and that's where we're at. And that's where we're at. The United States of America is not attempting to pay for it. There is no safety net you know um even for what we're referring to as the essential workers, the teachers and whatnot. You don't have enough, or you're not willing to use it. And I don't know, like we're looking at a lot of things in on paper. You know what I mean? On paper, these people are these immensely wealthy people. You know what I'm
right,
saying? And the country, the GDP, we're the mightiest. They were rich and the land of McGill, yada 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 yada.
right,
But there's not enough road of capital that the teachers can't be paid and the teachers can't stay at home, and you don't have systems of education in place where the teachers are able to effectively educate children, and you don't have things that you can send into the home for the parents to assist the teachers. Like, this is supposed to be the great technological giant of the world, and it's like, dog, something like this happening, everybody is embarrassing you.
right,
Cuba is exporting doctors to the
right,
world.
right,
Not to the guys, not the third world countries, mind you, to Europe.
right,
Cuba
right,
is exporting doctors.
right,
And if anybody needs, an argument for socialism, Cuba is
right.
exporting
Doctor.
doctors,
Right, right,
and America's crying.
right, right. And
America has more deaths than any other country.
definitely. Well, I believe we have more underlying conditions than most other countries as well. We're not the healthiest nation in the world.
To begin with. Oh, okay, okay,
And
okay.
so,
Save them.
we've got high obesity rates, high diabetes rates. We've got a lot of in the United States, we've got a lot of cancer, heart disease.
China has, well, I mean, what's the population of China? China
It's
got, like, how many American populations can fit in China? China's like, what, 2 billion?
yeah.
Their numbers aren't like our numbers.
Their numbers are
Everybody in China ain't the Rock or the Rock counterpart, the Chinese Rock counterpart. No, they got sumo. Ain't that sumo wrestling country like that? Is that like
right. Well,
Granted, I know I'm joking, but I just feel like USA. Come on, man. Come
right.
on, man, get it together. And I understand the politicization of COVID or China virus and all of that hip shit. But the reality is, you should have had something already in place.
Yeah.
You should
True.
have already had. You should have had enough. There should be a runway of money for these kind of situations.
Right.
I don't know what Americans think this game is about or what it should be about. But if you can't brag about being able to protect your citizens and your citizens being able to relax at home and work while this is going on, then you failed. You
Right.
failed at the highest level of history.
Right. Yes, definitely, NIEs. We definitely need to
Absolutely.
come up higher and bring our standards up. Because if we don't, our entire populace's
Yeah.
health depends on this. And so, even with the concept of social distancing, you know, uh, I think a lot of people aren't taking it as
I don't
seriously
think they're taking
as
it
it.
seriously.
Yeah,
My wife was telling me that the lines in Disney World are still so it's like niggas ain't taking this shit seriously.
what? Because you wearing a cloth mask, you think that's gonna stop
Now with that many people, man.
COVID? Still,
Nah,
I,
not with
I'm,
that many people.
but
Not with that many.
yeah,
Like, and you're not, and they're not 6 feet apart. It's Disney, it
right,
and people do, and I think that's the other thing. Like there's the politicization, and then there is just the American, that level of entitlement that just makes people, feel invincible. Americans really are like teenagers. They still think that they're invincible, that
right,
anything, like I can drive drunk and nothing's going to happen to me. Or I
right,
can, I can do whatever. I can do whatever. Anything anybody says I probably shouldn't do, I can do it and I'll be okay. And
right.
that's the average American citizen. We don't
Definitely right.
just not, and beyond black and white, because that's across all the
All
aisles.
all of us definitely. It definitely concerns me because in Florida the strip clubs are still open.
I can believe it. Florida, I can believe it. Well,
And
and I mean, Disney World is, yeah. So yeah. They going to the strip.
well,
The
I
strip
mean,
shit. Why would the strip club be fucking old?
right? That's
Are
what I'm
are
saying.
they wearing masks on the stage? Like what the fuck?
I don't even want to
Why
go
do
there.
you even
I have
want to go
so many
partying in a
things
pandemic, man?
to say, but
Nigga, sit your ass down in front of OnlyFans and be happy. Like I don't
right,
get it, man.
right, right. Um, and so yeah, I definitely see this as one of our many failings in the United States, and it shows that you can't depend on private businesses to do the right thing.
Nah, nah.
So you
And
can't.
even with Pfizer, it hasn't, like I said, the vaccine rollout, it wouldn't have mattered. But the vaccine rollout was kind of, I just felt like this is bosh. Nobody trusts you guys. You haven't earned our trust. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I don't care I don't care how many more bots you put on fucking social media to make people, feel, I can't
They
believe you guys are bringing up Tuskegee. No, but we are, but we have, and we will continue to.
right.
Um, there's just, and there are so many other things. There are so many other reasons not to trust, private companies, private insurance, private any. There's just no reason for us to trust it. This
Right.
is the battle of the left, which is the problem that I have with the Democratic Party. You are a corporate entity. You've
Yeah.
always been a corporate entity, and you've also always been racist. You haven't changed.
Right.
Joe Biden slapping hands with Obama don't make me feel any kind of way about this shit.
I
Uh,
in a Senate meeting in the '80s, slinging around the N word.
right.
So I mean,
So yeah, so none of, to me, and a lot of people, you can play that game you want to. Y'all don't know who y'all just elected, man. Y'all think Biden and Trump aren't very different as far as bedside manner is concerned.
right.
You know what I'm saying? The only problem, I actually would think that Biden is going to be worse because he's a professional politician. At least you can say Trump, hey, you know, he's a businessman. He's done some business, but
Right.
Biden, this is what he does, and he's got a lot of friends up there, and they're all used to him, talking crazy, putting his foot in his mouth, you know. But they'll find out.
Yeah, they'll find out soon enough. They'll find out.
So yeah, because we were talking about King and desegregation and
Right.
integration. I do feel like, but I think King saw it. I do think I think there's a problem with the narrative of King that it's the same thing that I feel like when we talk about Marcus Garvey, and in some ways Elijah Muhammad.
Mhm.
These are black leaders who were completely open, like publicly, with negotiating, with the
Right.
right, with the
Right.
racist, the overt racist. You
Racists.
know what I'm
Yes.
saying? They were absolutely like what they want what we want. You know what I'm
Yes, they have.
saying? and quietly,
Right.
King wanted, King was willing to vote for a Republican if the
Right.
Democrat wasn't, if I don't want this guy in,
Right.
I want a Republican in.
Right.
And so I feel like people aren't aware of we talk about civil rights leaders in kind of romantic tones.
Definitely.
And I do think it's important, like something that Dr. Torre had said, strategic minds, regardless of the morality, regardless of what I think about King and his personal affairs. And I have my
Right.
thoughts. These are very strategic people, and there
Right.
is something, and not BS strategy. You know what I'm saying? Not, we're gonna do this until it's, this is all we have. We gotta, it's like, nah, they were actually, they saw better options than I
Right.
think the people. I think right now people, it was a different era. More Black people have these higher salary positions, and I
Right.
think it's difficult for people to give that up. I get it.
Right. Right. Well, yes. Yes, Anais. That's his last speech. I think we're going to get to that pretty soon. We're going to get to a lot of things. We got a lot of topics, kind of. And I think before we went off the rails a little bit,
Just a
uh,
tad.
just a
We,
little
we,
bit.
were, we were giving context. We were giving present context. We were bringing it
Yes,
to the contemporary moment.
definitely. Definitely. We were talking about, uh, I was talking about integration versus desegregation. I felt like desegregation would be, integration would be not glorifying the founding fathers, and we talked about their many faults and imperfections. And then a desegregated schools curriculum would remain relatively unchanged prior to desegregation. And so, in the South, they used to do all this glorification of the Confederates and things like this. They kind of still do. Um, and, economically, desegregation allows for vultures to create food deserts in our neighborhoods. Right. And so, go ahead. Why don't you talk about food deserts a little bit, Brother Al? Did you want to talk about food deserts a little
What makes me the expert on food?
Okay, because I was gonna go on a tangent. I didn't want to go on a tangent.
No,
Okay.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm very familiar with food deserts. I actually lived in Indianapolis, which is very segregated, for a few years. And so, one of the hugest food deserts I experienced was we had to travel over 5 miles to get to a grocery store. And the nearest farmer's market only happened once a week, and it was over 20 miles, right? And so for 6 months, I did not have a vehicle. So this was quite a feat. Um, and so it wasn't a simple, let's hop in the car, put in some gas. It
Yeah,
was,
right, right.
let me find a ride. Let me find out the bus schedule with a big pregnant belly and figure this out. So it wasn't me being pregnant, you know, definitely walking was a task. I was very pregnant. And so it's almost embarrassing to think about having to go to the gas station to purchase apples and
But if you have to do
bananas.
that, yeah.
Walk
I'm
up so
like
high.
right where I'm at. It's not like you've got all these, and it's not bad. There are some quality lapses. I feel
Right.
if we drive further out in the county, um, suburban district, um, and go to an Aldi's there, it does feel kind of different. You know what I'm saying? Like there are selections that I feel like are there are selections that I feel tend to be stocked up more in their stores than in the more areas that tend to be a little bit more wider areas.
Right.
And this is, Baltimore County, Maryland. So it's not, and then I got DC, right on the other side. It's PG County. It's not the widest area in the United States of America to begin with.
Right.
But those areas, there are some differences. And then there are just stores that just scared to come to the city.
Right, right.
And so
And
I think for me, as far as that conversation is concerned, I think it's a quality question, and then there is, I guess, more importantly for me, to be honest, man, because the food is going to be whatever. Like I said, it's more of a quality concern for me.
right,
Um,
right.
the other topic is jobs. Like I'm more concerned that these young people have a place to go,
Right.
but also a way to pay their bills, yada 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 yada.
Yeah.
I'm, I really want their ass to get off the streets, but nah. It is important. It's important that they have gainful employment so they can, make an income, yada 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 yada. And I think, to me, that's the bigger concern. If there is a black replacement, the problem is there's no black Walmart. There is no black Target. There
Yeah.
aren't these huge black entities
Right.
that can, that can serve a community. As far as employment is concerned, they can just hire, a hundred or so, a hundred some young people, and create shifts for them.
Right, right. And yes, quality. I would also say the prices. When they come to black neighborhoods, they charge everything.
Because the
I
insurance taxing them. Yeah.
the they have their insurance doesn't just tax them. The insurance covers a lot of things. You know,
I can. I do
incident
feel like it.
they cover
I do feel
incident.
like insurance in the black community is higher, but yeah, you're right. You're right. These are, major companies, and I'm sure the whatever you got, is gonna cover it.
Right, right. I mean, it covers incidental. So, and then also for
Incidentals means theft. No, I'm just bullshitting.
yes. Thank you for the clarification.
For those that didn't know.
Right. And so and to me, in an integrated economic system, they would not allow other communities to take profit from the black community more than black businesses. Because I don't know of any other culture that allows, in most other towns there's only so many Chinese restaurants, um, unless it's Chinatown, you know.
Right, right,
I
right,
don't know if
right,
there's a soul
right.
food restaurant in Chinatown that's black owned and black, you know.
Yeah, right.
Um, so I don't know of any black gas stations in a predominantly Middle Eastern town. Um, so
Okay,
uh,
okay, right.
we what we're talking about is
Yeah, a
um,
situation where every other ethnic group is creating your commercial district, and with room for your beeper shop, a soul food restaurant here and there, but yeah,
barbershop.
when a barber
Right,
shop, right, yeah, in a situation, like I want to be careful, because there are cities like New York cities where your population is just so large that
diverse.
y'all are able to kind of create a buffer. Places like New York and LA can kind of create buffers because there's so many of y'all, but the
Right,
rest of these cities, man, it ain't like that. Most of the commercial zones are other ethnic groups.
right, definitely. And so
What do
I
you?
would
How do you feel? Is gentrification, like, is that a part of the integration model or the deseg model?
in my opinion that's hostile takeover.
Neither or. The extreme.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Nah. I have my thoughts about it. It's a difficult conversation for me.
Well, with gentrification, it's displacement, right? So we're
I think
essentially
it depends. I think it depends on. I think when it is displacement, it yeah, obviously that's a bad thing. The problem is, I also, when it is providing more job, the
Urban renewal, right?
there are some situations where if you are a taxpayer, you know what I'm saying, you your value of your home goes up, and there are more amenities at the commercial level that, you know, aren't typically created by
But what do
black
you have to
business
give your
owners.
grandchildren or your children
you
once you?
want you want those kind of things, absolutely, but when you look around and say, okay, the store that tends to survive through the generations is the fucking liquor store. You know what I'm saying? It, and I'm not knocking anything, you know what I'm saying, and I want people to understand that, um there are absolutely variables and all of that, but one of it is difficult for me sometimes to say, oh, this is always a bad thing. I do see
The
some of
merit?
the I do see some benefits sometimes,
Okay.
because I see what happens when those types of entities are removed from the community. When a Target leaves a major mall, I guess for this area, when a Target leaves a major mall, and now you've got this boarded up section of a mall, Target size, and
Right.
a year later it hasn't been filled. The parking lot looks like what the parking lot. It looks like people ain't parking over there for real. And the traffic at the mall has decreased, so those stores are starting to hurt too. So you're starting to see less stores open, and
Okay.
and it does, and that entire building in these particular areas, it begins to look ugly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it looks like it's not being taken care of, and so you do need these injections of capital.
Definitely.
And I do anyway, in a major city, in a black major city, and I can speak for Baltimore. I live in Baltimore, St. Louis. All of the negotiations are through black people, but that don't mean nothing.
Right. Right.
Kilpatrick got a pardon. It doesn't matter just because the black person is in points of power. It doesn't, and,
Definitely.
and, and so as a citizen, as a resident, and a taxpayer, it can be difficult to say no, those people shouldn't move in. When you look thinking about it, like, shit, man, that might bring a little bit more money, might make the prices go up. It brings value to the community.
But then also, this also reminds you that the money was always there because cities make concessions for big businesses. A lot of negotiations occur. They do tax-free initiatives for big businesses to.
Absolutely, absolutely,
Um,
absolutely,
they
absolutely,
do city beautification programs.
absolutely, absolutely.
Um, and so it's not as if the city never had it or was able to do it. It's more of its willingness to pay
Who's willing to negotiate, and who they willing to negotiate with, and what they consider a return on the investment.
right.
Granted, I absolutely agree. You know what I'm saying? The problem is we do live in a capitalist society,
Yeah.
and so there and that's not me justifying a capitalist society, but it is to say this is what it looks like on the ground. This is what it looks like living in a black area in in a capitalist United States of America 2020 21. Um, Absolutely. They're not spending that kind of money unless they think they're going to get some type of income, either
Right.
while in office or once they come out of office. They want something in the private sector to either they want someone in the private sector either to be a cushion when they get out of office, or a donor to get them to a higher office.
Yeah.
Especially in City Hall, they're always thinking about the Senate floor, or the capital. They're always thinking like that.
Right.
Politicians are like everybody else. This is a career. It has a chain of command, and they want to get to the top of it. And a lot of times, yeah, the private sector is the engine of these people's careers,
Right.
and whatever they can get off the people,
Right.
and whatever scheme or scam. Jesus Christ, man. Corruption in the United States of America is horrible, man.
Right.
Especially at the local level. So yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. All of that money could be going to fix the streets, could be to get rid of these, the rundown houses, the
Right.
vacant houses, it could be,
Right.
but typically it's not. And the vehicle that they tend to, like you said, want to invest in and allocate resources to tend to be private companies.
Right. Right.
And yeah, that tends to invite gentrification, and and that is an interesting conversation.
Right. Right. That's a different conversation for a different time.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, so another negative impact Dr. King's legacy might have on Black America is the commercialization and diluting. I think I spelled that wrong. Diluting has one L.
We understand. We get it. We get it. Not
King.
English 101, not English, not an English class.
You're right. You're right. It's not a dissertation.
Not at
Uh,
all. Not at all. Even a
of
dissertation, you probably open for spelling errors.
Right, right, definitely. We'd be using words like indubitably. Oh man,
All our GRE terms. Right.
right. Like just say no doubt, my dude. Just say no
Right.
doubt.
Not on a peer review.
And so, how do you feel about the commercialization of King's ideology after death? The diluting
Like, once again, I feel like I want to be careful about what I blame King for. I thought Avery Magruder's team did so great on Boondocks, like when they did the
right,
episode about the King returns, and they
right,
kept, they kept saying I should have some say on some of these things, when McDonald's and the King, thing, and Apple, and um
right,
I and this is another thing about the quote unquote King legacy. Like, King had wards. He's got
right,
children, and his children believe in suing you, and they will sue each other about
right,
some money.
right.
They are about their paper, and I'm not mad at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like every time they've done it, but it's like, I get it. This is
Right.
what your father left you. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And they let you know in real fast, you know,
I
don't do
used
it without calling us. Yeah,
right,
yeah. And so there's that. The problem is, once you attempt to make a holiday, you open yourself up for a particular level of criticism, and I
right,
think that's what happened. And a particular level of commercialization, and I think that's what happened. I
right.
think once they got to the level of the federal holiday, I think everybody started seeing the dollar signs. I think
Yeah.
everybody began to see the market, and I think that's around the time, like, when the first lawsuits and whatnot started coming in.
Right.
It's hard for me, man, because, like, I get it, man. Like, nigga, that's your money. Like, your dad didn't leave you. Your father wasn't,
Rich.
yeah. This is what your father left you,
Right.
and it has a lot of dollar signs attached to it, and a lot
Right.
of people wanted a piece of that, of whatever was about to float into the society. The
Right.
market already was on it. The market was on King probably when he was alive, to be honest, man. Like around that era, the tie dye shirt, all of those symbols of the counterculture was
Right.
slowly being co-opted by the market. The whole thing with, I saw, my degree or whatever the fuck, man. I got 2 degrees. I got one in computer science, and I got one in communication media. And so I used to do studies on advertisements. And
Right.
like you will see like the old like Newports and cool commercials. You gotta think like Black Power guy, like Malcolm didn't smoke, but everybody else smoked. You know what I
Right.
mean? And so the cigarette companies, they saw that. They know cigarettes was like it used to be cool to smoke cigarettes on TV and all of that kind of stuff. Like that was a big thing. And
Right.
so those types of companies, they honed in on all of that. And so you've got ads where the guy with a big afro and a pack of Newports or a pack of cigarettes or
Right.
whatnot. You know what I'm saying? The sister with the afro and looking like Angela. Even it the marketing community had already jumped on it. A
Right.
part of the repression is the co-opting of the images. You know what I'm saying? And so by the time you get to Dr. King, man, like whatever anti-capitalist ideas King that was in the public mind, they shut that shit down fast, man. They packaged King the way that they needed to package him, and I'm not like King. I want to be careful about like I'm almost okay with the King thing because his family they sue your ass, and they gonna sue you for big paper. They
Right.
they don't sue you for little. Every time you talk about man, it'd be a lot of zeros. You know what I
Right.
mean? Behind that dollar sign. I actually am a little bit more concerned with like Malcolm X's legacy. Like I feel like they're doing whatever they want to do with King. I mean,
Right.
whatever they want to do with Malcolm. Like, what I'm saying? I feel like the King family, at least y'all getting a check. I didn't like Selma
Me either.
for various different reasons.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that like my thing is, why are you telling this story? Who's benefiting from this, and
Right.
and how are you moving for lack of a better term, how are you moving the culture forward based on this particular story?
Right.
You're not really revealing anything, and your fictions, especially the whole Oprah Winfrey thing and everything, your fictions, the fictionalizing of this is like, okay, so you can inject this fiction, but you can't protect um you can't protect certain elements of the quote unquote truth. Like if you're telling a lie,
Right.
then you can't say, well, I wanted to tell the truth. I felt like the truth about him had to be out there, but you told a lie already. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I feel like if you're gonna lie, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, why you can't protect the man's reputation? Why
Right.
not why are you telling this, what is this shit about? But whatever, man, whatever. But like I said, if the King family cool with it, I'm cool with it. The problem I do feel like with Malcolm, I feel like without a shadow of a doubt, Malcolm would not have signed for any of that shit. I'm not
Right.
even quite sure Malcolm would have been cool with the stamp. Like Malcolm was anti-American.
Definitely.
Like, like not just anti-capitalist, like anti-American.
Right.
Anti, Malcolm probably had some guerrilla units protecting King. So like it's a difficult for them. I feel like y'all not getting no money, man. Like Malcolm really was like, King was, a doctorate and what was Alpha, right? And King, ordained, like King had like a for real day job. you
Right.
know, they had something to work with. They had something instant. Malcolm was an ex-street dude who was a
Right.
part of an institution that was,
Which
fairly
one?
street and kind of,
Right.
like they wasn't, it was not what King was a part of. And so what Malcolm was able to leave wasn't, really a whole lot. And what he left was getting, picked apart by, the rest of the vultures. So I felt like it's a little bit more, I feel a little bit more pressure and a certain obligation to kind of protect Malcolm's story and the narrative and all of this other shit that it's just like, come on, man, Malcolm wouldn't have signed off on none of that shit. What are y'all thinking about?
Right.
With King, it's like, watch your step, man. This kid's about their business,
Right.
But you're right. King's absolutely been commercialized, and And every time white folks want to make you feel like they're credible, they throw King fucking name out there. I
Right.
march with King, or I love King too.
Right.
So like, he's he's the liberal race card.
Right.
I'm welcome to the picnic too.
Right.
They throw Dr. King and everything's supposed to be comfortable. And it's like, these aren't really the things that King stood for. This is not really what, this is not exactly what his life was about. It wasn't up to give a pass to liberals. It wasn't,
Right.
that's not really what it was about. He didn't even, most of his work is predominantly with black people. He wasn't.
Right. Right. And so even when people throw King in my face, because I be talking my talk sometimes.
What about nonviolence? Would King have said that?
And I was like, Dr. King supports my freedom of speech.
Right. If anything, he was definitely about freedom of speech.
Right. He supports my freedom of speech. Thank
Right.
you. Next. And then he was a socialist to the 10th degree. I think we're supposed to get to that later on. I was going to go into
him and Coretta.
Right. Him and Coretta, definitely. And behind every strong man, definitely his mate is right there.
A stronger black woman.
Right.
When she's black. When she's
Right.
black.
Right.
That was a much different time. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'll see it.
you just couldn't get no white chick like that, man, and be, she had to maybe light skin. You might get like,
Coretta wasn't dark.
I said what I said.
Okay. But I would say it like this. All of the strongest United States presidents had very educated, smart, crafty first ladies.
I think it says something about you as we about to get into that part of the conversation. I think it says a lot about who you are as a person. The person is like it didn't even got to be like this particular level of the play. It ain't even got to be this level of sex politics. Who you fuck with say a lot about you in general. You know what I'm saying? Especially who you consort with say a lot about you. It says it tells me everything I need to know. These people, you are a reflection of the people that you tend to be around. You know what I'm saying? Who you attract is a reflection of you. And so, it's one of the reasons why I do feel how I feel about the marriage thing. Like, if you're not loyal to the person you're laying in bed with, I just feel like I ain't got shit coming. Like, if the person who you lay in bed with can't trust you, I can't do shit with you neither.
Right. That's supposed to be.
And that's the only thing that was, and I guess we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
And I don't think I think the last time we talked about creative ways of redistributing the wealth. And I feel like a lot of my ideas came from Dr. King in that manner, because he believed that everyone as a human had rights. I kind of wish he would have fought for human rights and not civil rights.
And a particular kind of right, a material right. And I think that's a part. And granted, he used particular tactics, and he kind of got stuck in a particular phase of his mission or whatnot. And like we don't talk about like the poor people's, what he was trying to organize, was supposed to be like this major disruption of DC. And we don't talk about it like that. We talk about it like it's probably a peaceful, they were talking about like, this active pursuit of shutting down DC.
Yeah.
And so, his ideas aren't, it's not just about treating people nicely or whatever. It's you get a check, and you get a check. You know,
Right.
it's that kind of thing. And I do think, yeah, that's absolutely missing from. We don't discuss King's politics for real. We discuss his tactics.
Right.
And we have got, and I absolutely agree with Dr. Torrey. We've gotten stuck in a discussion of one fucking speech and one set of tactics. And
Right.
that's where we at. And that's what King has become. He's been reduced to, I don't even know how long was the speech. It wasn't even 15 minutes. He's been reduced to like 15 minutes of his life and an action, a 3 year action. But still, we don't talk about the whole 3 years. We're not, most people
Right.
haven't done a full study of that. That's you damn sure ain't that ain't what you studying back in, when you do the King essays back in grade school. It's,
Right.
we're looking, and all they talk about is the peacefulness part. You know what I'm saying? It was peaceful protest, and he
Right.
went to jail for what. It's not really in understanding that this is just a set of tactics that he decided to utilize because he felt like this would be most effective in a situation given the
Right.
resources that he was given.
Right. And so, and they also forget he was cool with the AME Church, African Methodist Episcopal Church, the Church of Denmark Vesey, Harriet Tubman, so many other. Um, they actually, their approach was different. They weren't nonviolent, they armed up. So, and King was
Yep,
cool with it.
most of Nick and not yeah,
During that time, AME's,
student nonviolent coordinating. Yeah, the nonviolent was just a slick naming, but all the people, H rap and all of those people were very
people,
very armed individuals.
right, right, right. Okay, and so now we get to the
Which I
positive.
thought would have been a better movie. Would have been Lowndes County. Like if you were going to talk about King, I think it would have been, like I don't really think I'm not sure. I don't know what the fuck people think for real, man. I don't know what people know. And I'm always willing to be surprised, but I'm not quite sure people like Selma paints King and Stokely, Kwame in an almost antagonistic way, and I don't think people understand that they had consistently worked with one another. You know
Right,
what I'm saying? And I don't and I think that it's important to understand that these people are, they're associates, they're colleagues, they're
right,
working together. This is, they're organizing together. They're wherever the ideological disputes are, and it wasn't just Kwame. It was all of a
all of
lot of names, a lot of
right,
those names that a lot of those big characters, Richardson and Baker and all of those people, these with some heavyweight people, all of them
definitely,
convened on Lowndes County, and I
right,
think we want to. There's this need to there's this need to sell rugged individualism, even in the form of Dr. King, this
right,
the LeBron James of the civil rights movement. There's always because you can't sell the whole team jersey.
yeah,
Every jersey got to come with a name on it. It's
right,
hard to sell everybody's name,
right,
and so why make let's just make one. Let's make one, franchise player, and they want to keep making King the fucking franchise player, and
right,
I think that's a problem that I have. It's like King was just another player in the game, man.
right.
Like he wasn't the, I don't even know. I don't think King became a franchise player until after his death.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yes. It was definitely a team effort. Um, we get into that in a little bit. Yeah, in a little bit. Um, and we can go there actually right now. We'll just go there. We'll skip it. We'll skip a few
Yeah, we got a
steps.
lot. We got a lot.
Okay, and so we were first going to go to anti-war. We're going to do anti-racism. Um, and so, like I said before, he associated with several black groups who did not agree with his stance, his philosophy. I believe there was an AME pastor who actually said something really insensitive after the four girls got bombed in church. He said something about that wouldn't happen at my church because something to the fact that they got
Don't shoot a
arms.
nigga. Right.
So, but I felt like, even though that was at that time insensitive, that was his reality.
I do, but I do think it was a common thought, and I do think what is this non-violent stuff will get you killed. Like they're I'm not gonna be able the name is slipping me right. What is it? I think it's Robert Williams, and it was a lot of people, man.
Right.
Like we really reduce the story to like 3 months that they can put on the
Definitely.
screen.
And
Uh,
it's
but yeah, a
finished.
lot of people had guns, and like the black people
Right,
weren't playing, man. They'll shoot you.
right, right. And so uh with a lot of these pro-black groups, one in particular, his relationship with SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, um, a bunch of college students. Um, Most of them were communist socialists in ideology,
And
and
anarchists.
anarchists. Yes, definitely, and anarchists. Um, and Ella Baker was the founder of SNCC. Um, and then we get to a point where Ella Baker was a black woman who had serious connections and negotiating skills as well. Um,
Okay.
and so it was an interracial coalition. They also had the Freedom Riders. Um, and what I found interesting when I was researching this, a lot of the white freedom riders were actually Jewish. So their black people being able to make it was an investment for themselves as well. It wasn't this, like Bernie Sanders is Jewish and he was a freedom rider as well. Um, so,
I
it
think it was
wasn't
a lot of Jew. I think it was like a lot of people involved in the kind of culture, and because America got a lot of Jews, I think
right,
that's how that happened. Because like the word pig comes from the Panthers Jewish lawyer, so there's a lot
right.
of Jews involved. But like obviously there's going to, but I would also imagine that there were a lot of Jew police that cracked black people head, or that there were Jews,
I
and
agree. I'm saying it's so. I believe it's a lot of self-interested.
I okay. Absolutely. And I think that's, yeah, on all levels. On
Right,
all
right,
levels.
right, right. If this lowest class can be brought to human, we won't get so much crap for.
Right. Right. For owning Hollywood. Not bullshit. I don't want no problem with the Jews, man. I don't want no problem. Straight up, man. I cannot handle that kind of weight. I'm just
And so,
Nick Cannon. No, I'm just bullshit.
yeah, right, right. Hey, it's not your channel, right?
Right.
So definitely, yeah, I found that interesting, and many of the SNCC members, I guess SNCC had a hard time surviving because so many factions like became apparent in the tactics.
And I think there was a more militant. There became a more militant. It became more militant. I think Ace Rap became a leader, and oh my God, say again.
Kwame Ture beat
Kwame, it got. I think it just got more militant, and even
right,
I think it just got more militant, and I think that I just think people wanted to go their own separate ways. I think, and by militant, I mean we're talking about armed. We're talking about
right,
very armed. We're talking about dealing with people who
being trained
people
by
who
Cuba.
yeah, people who would go on to help train in Oakland as well as in the Midwest. And
Right,
I think sometimes when people hear the Midwest, they're not really thinking about what the Midwest the Midwest is young and restless. I don't think they understand, and like especially like the places that they was going into. Like these were no, they were still ghettos. You know what I'm saying? These are
right,
still very impoverished areas, and they were going in and training in those kind of areas. You had to be a kind of the point I'm making is you had to be a particular kind of individual from get go to be able to enter into these arrangements. And
Definitely.
I think it's fairly really important because I do think that we've softened these people up a lot more than they really were.
Right.
I keep thinking about the shirt. I'm not my answer. I'm thinking to myself, shit. I wish I was them, dude. They had a lot more art than us.
Right.
It's a lot of things they didn't put up with, and they were, obviously a lot more brighter and well read.
Right.
But I absolutely think that we've made them a lot softer in the narrative, and I don't want to be me, um, I think these people were a lot more aggressive. I think
Right.
they were a lot more resilient,
Right.
courageous,
Right.
and physically apt than we're giving them credit for in a lot of these narratives. I think we've painted the nonviolent movement as just people that just was just getting run over. It's like,
Right.
dog, your motherfucking grandfather and them and your uncles, man. These people came back from wars and shit. Like,
Right.
those are those people. Like, this is the stock that those, this is that stock. The
Right.
people with all them, the whoop you in classroom era. That's
Right.
them. You know what I'm saying? The thump you upside your head and the now go over there, the children of the be seen, not heard generation,
That,
the whoop you era. That's
right.
them. It's
Yeah.
like, don't forget now, that's who those people are. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And so, you have to be, I just think it's important, especially with Dr. King, because we've reduced the man to, a fucking a welcome mat to be stepped on. And I
Yeah.
don't think that's who that brother was,
Well,
man.
definitely not after his house got bombed.
Yeah,
He,
right. He wanted to get that gun. I think he got a gun.
yeah, he got
Yeah,
a
like
gun.
a 38.
Right.
They were
It's
shooting people
violence.
back then.
Right.
So yeah, like, and I yeah. There were also fighters. It wasn't like,
Definitely.
not
Well,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then also being nonviolent, it's for Dr. King as a tactic. It nullified that angry black person um, image they were projecting in the media, and made it projected more of victimhood um, than vilification of black people in the media at large. It's basically
I think globally, um, maybe even nationally, I think, and probably even I think I absolutely hear what you're saying. I absolutely agree with that sentiment. I do think that the optics and the ideas do present this kind of weak black people, this
I wasn't
docile.
saying weak.
Okay, maybe not. But what do you call it? Like,
Okay,
you
I,
guys need our help. We have to come in and save the
because
helpless Negroes. Uh,
well, I see it as
I
that
do think that was part of the plan, though.
the
It
tactic. Yes,
was
that's what I'm
it
saying.
was to engender sympathy,
That's
and
what
it
I'm saying.
was to create this extremely high contrast.
Right,
We are
right,
peaceful citizens. We are simply trying to get a message out, or even, we're walking, and look what these sick savage bastards is doing. Look what these
right,
terrorists with badges are doing.
right, right. I think
Look at
that was
what Biden's cousins are doing.
right because I wasn't trying to say that they looked weak. I think that was supposed to be.
Do you?
I think I so the way that it's done now, I think it's weak. Like with BLM, I think it's weak. The
I
way
think it
that
became weak. I don't think it started that way. And
yeah,
BLM wasn't always like in the beginning. It was hands up, don't shoot, and they were screaming at the police and trying to get them
right,
out the neighborhood. That's how
right,
it started. And
right,
then one day it became. Hands up, don't shoot. And it just got crazy. I saw him. It just got weird, man.
Right,
It just got
right,
real weird, man.
right.
I'll talk about that another time. I don't be want to talk about this shit
Okay,
like
we
that.
gonna have to.
But
Okay,
but it was very different in the beginning, man. But you're
right.
absolutely right. But I feel like,
I think
yeah,
it's like I heard a martial artist. I cannot remember. I don't want to quote it wrong. It's not Bruce Lee, but he said the greatest strength sometimes is in restraint.
I get. I think what they were doing was taking one to the chin for
Right,
the visual,
right,
to show the world. And look what they're doing. Look at this shit here, man.
right.
Um, and I do think that we do have a tendency to read that wrong.
Definitely.
Um, from those of us in the press, but at the same time, I absolutely agree with you. I do think that the tactic right now has been kind of played. I think that you're I don't think I haven't seen it invite the level of like how much more abuse do I need to take after you watch somebody get shot in the car, the backseat of their fucking car with
Right,
their baby mama up front? You know what I'm saying?
right,
How much sympathy do I need to bring or put to generate with my protest after you've seen a cop with a fucking knee in a nigga neck for 8 minutes?
right,
How much more, and a nigga crying for his mama? Like I think in this era, the because everything is recorded anyway,
right,
they had to create an action so people could see this is how we get treated on the regular. And same
right,
thing with the Emmett Till open casket and all of that kind of stuff. They had to do things to get media attention, which I actually feel made them smarter about the media than
right,
us, because
right,
I think we take media for granted.
right,
And they didn't. They figured we have to get the journalist here. How are we
right,
going to get the journalist here so the people around the world can see this? And so they were thinking more along those lines, whereas we just pull our cameras out and just record and hoping that we get a whole bunch of likes on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook,
right,
or
right,
Instagram.
right. And so, and also, like you said, they were tacticians. And it
They
wasn't
were
just him.
strategic,
It was
man. They were
several
very
people.
thoughtful people.
Like Bayard Rustin was a speechwriter. Everybody had
Right.
their role, and
And
everybody.
maybe a lot of roles. And I'm glad you brought that. Like I do feel like I have my morals. You know what I'm saying? I have my code, and I have things that I stand upon. You know what I'm saying? But I do want the space of, and once you cross a particular line, once you cross the death line, man, I do feel like, okay, there should be kind of a hands off. There's supposed to be a softness to us dealing with our ancestors. There's
Right,
supposed to be kind of a caring thing. Like, I don't have to hold you to this standard. Now everybody else, I'm coming for you. But
right,
my ancestors,
right,
I have to be willing to treat them. These are lessons. And that's not to minimize anything, but it is to say that I feel like I'm supposed to treat there's something different now. They're not here anymore. They're not here to defend themselves, and they
right.
can't. Now everybody else ancestors, fuck you. No.
Right, right. I don't want to hear.
Unless you shit on if you shit on my prophets and my legends, then that's what it is.
Right, right, right. And they don't. And so I also noticed that many of the non-violent proponents were either continued preaching, like Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson, or they joined politics as Democrats. Like kind of Jesse Jackson, he ran as a
Jesse
Democrat.
Jackson, John. I think a lot of them either did or tried to, or the NAACP.
Right,
They had a lot. They had a lot of social cachet. They had a lot of cultural cachet. A lot of
Right.
people was able to build, kind of like now in some ways, and maybe more so back then.
Right.
A lot of people were able to take that social only because it was offline. I think there is something about the online element that's different. It's very a following on Twitter is not the same thing as a congregation. You know what I'm
Definitely.
saying? King got a whole fucking congregation, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He was known from city to city and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And so
Right.
when you got the John Lewises who cool with King, and King is this dude who he packs audiences. You know,
Right.
these you hate to call them superstars. Same thing with Malcolm, same thing with H Rap, and same thing with, all of these people. There was no online. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to actually go to these places and talk to these people. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
might not be a great orator or anything, but you still got to go talk to people. You got to be around people. Ain't no quick way to talk to a lot of people. The the square, probably more metaphorically than reality. The auditorium. Let me say the auditorium, the classroom, the church pew.
The stuff.
Right, right, right. The street corner.
Right.
Literally the soapbox.
Yeah.
That was the only real means for a person who didn't have, and Malcolm them, they Malcolm started the I'm going back to Malcolm, man.
It's all
But
right.
Malcolm started that paper. Malcolm was into the media. He started the radio show, and he's the one that got that documentary. So before the media was this thing, they started small. You know what I'm saying? They had to go to the people, and so during the 70s and then the 80s, they had built these followings. They had built actual constituencies.
Right.
And all of them kind of took I can't think of dude's name, man. Light skinned dude, NAACP. I can't think of his name right now. Julian Bond,
Yeah.
Julian Bond, and all of these people. Even this would be uh Shirley Chisholm. This would be Shirley Chisholm's era. Like
Right.
all of them, they did get off into politics, NAACP, or academics.
Right.
This is Cornell West starts being able to get louder. It's really interesting that you don't hear about fucking Barack Obama to like the 2000s. You hear about him a little bit in the 90s in
Right.
Chicago, but not but it's a scathing article. Adolph Reed really. I don't always agree with Reed, but he really should get credit for his ability to spot out a mark.
Right.
Anyway, but yeah, they all began to kind of use their social cachet developed during the 60s to
Definitely.
bolster their careers.
Right. Why not lean on the story of, German shepherds and fire hoses and Dr. King
Yeah, right,
linking arm to arm?
right, right.
Yeah.
And I do, and that's probably, and I think because that's like right around the time that they try to get the birthday celebration, and Stevie Wonder does it again. Stevie Wonder can't lose, can he? Anyway, Stevie Wonder make a song about you, man. That's you did something magic. Anyway,
Right.
so I do think, and I kind of think this is where the commercialization starts to come in. Once you start trying to politicize the King legacy for career opportunity, I do believe that this is it. It begins to invite the commercial entities, and of course Jesse Jackson.
Right. Right. And um
And
as
unfortunately, Clinton.
definitely. Definitely. Well, you have to see it as the I always felt like the nonviolent proponents were always bolstered in ways that the militant ones
I
weren't.
think so many of the militant ones was getting killed, man. I had to go underground. They had,
Like Kwame
okay,
Ture.
so by this time, okay, so the Free Huey movement, okay, so Mark Clark and Fred Hampton get killed, and
Right.
then the Black Congressional Caucus. This would be Shirley Chisholm and some other names I can't think of right now. My apologies.
Right.
They filed to have that investigated. Is one of the few great movements of the Congressional Black Caucus was the investigation of the Mark Clark Fred Hampton case assassination, as well as them attempting to force the Democratic primaries to adopt the black U.S. Black Constitution and the U.S. Black Bill of Rights. I don't know what happened with that. Obviously, something went wrong.
Right.
Um, and of course, Chisholm's bid was great. But as far as the militants, like I said, Mark Clark and Fred Hampton get killed. Um, Eldridge and Huey had this really ugly public breakout.
Right.
Um, um, Huey kind of goes underground. The BLA free Asada, but Asada has to go underground.
Yeah.
Um, Balagoon dies, and so that's in the 80s. Move gets bombed. I mean, everybody either went to prison or got killed. You know what I'm saying? Like all the militants got kind of like, they became Bloods and Crips.
Well,
Like
yeah.
really,
Say that. I was gonna say that. Actually, um,
they were criminalized. I think the best way
yeah.
to say it is the militants were immediately criminalized, and the nonviolent sector was able to assimilate.
Right.
And that's what
Right.
happened, and that's kind of where we're at about by the time I come to Earth. Is
Right.
I'm at this conversation where the streets is black and everything else is kind of you a sellout, yada 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 yada.
Right. Right. Well, okay. And was it okay to write? I remember in the '90s, sellout was like that word that got thrown around a lot. Um, and sometimes I thought it. Well, from my perspective,
KRS-One had a whole song called "House Nigga,"
right.
house Negro on what is that on the Blueprint? No, it wasn't something you wanted to be called.
Right.
It
Right.
wasn't something you wanted to be called.
Well, and now everybody's just so willing.
I think it was a different era with Reagan, and I think that like I said, there was a history there, and I think that the problem is popular. Okay, so okay, we're talking about the people that history that the history books remember. So you got to think, just like we talk about, all the people that we all have our own habits, and life takes us all down whatever corridors that we go in, and we begin to respond to the hardships of life, how we respond to. So you got this group of people. Afeni Shakur got a criminal record. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And now she got this child, and even I mean, Angela Davis had a particular life prior. Angela Davis was already working on a doctorate, philosophy, and all of that while she was writing to George. So
Right.
and then you got the Elaines and all. You had a segment of the militant populace. There is a class dynamic here.
Right.
The people that are more militant are going to be from areas that kind of forge you in a particular kind of way.
Right.
And so those people did get absorbed into the crack and the heroin
Right.
and the pimping and the
Right.
banging, and so that kind of gets absorbed into that, and then like and so and then the rest go a different direction, and it
Right.
and it does begin to feel like if you're not acting a particular kind of way, then yeah, you're a sellout or whatever,
Right.
and the voice, the loudest voice anyway, was hip hop, and most of those people come from that segment of society.
Right. And so, like, when I look at it, I remember the super OGs. Um, I remember a super OG. He said, you know, the Crips were definitely Black Panthers beforehand, before um, anything. They
I
were
think it's an interesting discussion, and I would absolutely say that like the Bunchy Carter and all of that that was absolutely the beginning.
he said heroin was the end of it.
Yeah, I would imagine, and the money, probably the street shit, the drug. I don't want to say the street shit, the drug trade, the crack, and
Right.
just the infusion of this new element, this new substance into these communities, and then this new culture and these young people growing up in these new rules,
Right.
and this breakdown in morality,
Definitely. Definitely. And purpose. Right. Um,
direction, vision. Absolutely,
right.
absolutely. It became
Right.
very unprincipled and unguided.
Right. Right. And so, also, I would say this: when you're in the underworld, you gotta find a way to get above ground. And I don't feel like the super OGs learned how to make that transition like other underground
And weren't able to create anything.
substantial.
Well, like the other families, like the Italians and the Chinese and
I,
like the Irish, like every and white people,
right.
whatever white is,
They
the
don't put no.
English and
They didn't call themselves white. They
right,
were
right,
white
right,
groups.
right. But if we can talk about it, if we can talk about white people without it being this protective code, what they
Right.
were in Europe,
Right.
these impoverished people, or adventure seekers or whatever, with a few rich people just trying their luck, I suppose. Um,
Right.
but they all kind of adopted some form of criminal, we call it colonialism, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? But this is robbery. You're raping people and you're killing people. We call it war, but it's
Right.
banging. This is the same thing niggas in the streets is doing in
Right.
Chicago and LA and in Baltimore. They're this is banging.
Right.
It's we word it differently because of the level and because of the level, but this is what that is.
Right.
um Tribal warfare or whatever. But each group gets to a point where they can transition. Black
Right.
people have a really difficult time because we don't make the rules, and I don't know, man, because
Systemic racism.
it's very difficult, man. Like it
Right.
does, it never, there isn't anything that allows for it to become secret societies, or like I think with the nation, and I want to be real careful, but I do think that there is a relationship between what's going on in the streets and the Nation of Islam, for some
Right.
of that to be able to be absorbed. But I don't I can't say if I support it, but I do think like these are the methods that it would occur. I don't know if that's gonna work. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I don't know, because I just don't I don't trust everything, and I'll leave it at that. But
Okay.
but you're absolutely right. There hasn't been a way for um the underground economy to transition, even when the money is all this, not like, it doesn't, it never Jay-Z's always the dope dealer. Jay-Z's always, it never, it never really translates to anything new, even Philadelphia, Philly, Meek Mill. Even Meek Mill is on Clubhouse talking to academics about snitches, and like it never, they're never able to separate themselves. Is anyone in the comments? I'm assuming that Abstruse is on mommy duty. Anyone in the comments? Leave a comment. Let me know your thoughts.
Pardon me. I was
Nah, nah, nah. I get it. I get it. I get it. Me too. Hey, me too. I get it. I get it. I understand.
and so when we look at his
But
anti
but I but I also but I also would like to speak on, like, I do think that we do have a tendency to look at only one side of that particular equation as being black. And I thought that we talked earlier about, there are very different ways of expressing blackness. To me,
right,
anything done in the black skin is an expression of blackness. And I do feel like, most of us had to go get jobs, and a lot of us end up getting degrees or whatnot, and trying to, a lot of former Panthers had, figured out a way to, get into corporate America and all of these kind of things. Now I can't, everybody's got their own ideological thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, however I feel about capitalism, I still have to survive in it, and as long as it exists, and
right,
so do other people, and other people have, fared well in it. Um, and so I do think it's important to be able to embrace everybody, and I always do your best. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of whatever, always do your best, and whatever, wherever that, always aim for the light. Whatever my dark days are, those are my dark days. I'm always moving towards the light, and I think that's important, because I feel like, everybody's light is different. You know what I'm saying? And there is a part of the repression that we're discussing is this embrace of anti-intellectualism, and this belief that blackness has to be this one particular way. And I'm
definitely,
not knocking that way, but it's a lot of ways to be black, man, and we
right,
need everybody to be their best, whatever that means.
right,
Don't dumb down. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Keep it going.
Yeah, exactly. And even if you don't grasp the concept, there's Google.
Yeah,
Not that I
right.
lean
Yeah,
on
right.
Google, but
Right.
there's books.
I
There's
don't knock leaning on Google. I don't knock
you
it.
don't.
Like, I'm a Googler. Like, I
I
don't,
I Google too, but
uh,
uh,
I understand that you got when I say Google, like, I'm not stopping at the first page, or I'm not,
right,
I'm looking for what I'm looking for, and I'm gonna keep going, because I understand that Google isn't the end.
and
It's
yeah,
whatever I'm looking for is the end, and it may not have an end. It may just have a whole bunch of different starts, a whole bunch of different levels of understanding. But I do think Google tends to be a really good start for me. You know,
right. It can be a good start. I would say I would prefer people look at reference books. Um, look at sources of those reference books.
right?
Um,
Keep going down the rabbit hole.
right, right. So I would encourage people, it's
No,
I
I
don't
agree.
say that books are the end all be all either, because those are highly manipulated as well.
I agree with that.
However, if you keep looking at the sources cited, you eventually might get to the primary source.
I
You
think
might,
I think it's important. I think it's important to have, not only an appreciation for the literate culture in your pursuit of knowledge, but also the oral culture, and
right,
um, and just keep looking. You know what I'm saying? Seek the answer, but understand that that the answer may have different levels, and a greater unfolding, and
right,
always be open minded and curious
definitely,
is my thing. But also, be practical and apply whatever it is you're finding in your pursuits. Be a doer. I absolutely agree with Dr. Tori when he says that, be a doer, You know, the idea, don't let a whole lot of ideas gonna die when our bodies die. It's just what it
Right.
is.
Right.
But try to fulfill as many of those ideas. Try to, be doing something, be putting something in motion, be trying to, even if it is, a conversation or whatever, try
Right.
to make it happen, because you never know what that's going to lead to. You know what I mean? But
Exactly.
as far as doing our best, it I have to push back a little bit on neoliberalism,
Okay.
just because of how come on, man. A political a transition of power, my motherfucking ass. Donald Trump daughter's still kicking it with Hillary Clinton daughters right fucking now.
Right.
They on Instagram, flicking it up in the DMs right fucking now. So transition of power.
Right.
Anyway, but even if this whole thing, Michelle's laid and all, what the fuck else, man? Like this isn't the royal family. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So in me saying that, do your best, make it as far as you can in life, get what you can materially and all of that. Um, I don't think you will sell out just because you got a good job. Let me put it like
Right.
that. As far as the neoliberal thing is, that that's a different discussion. But I don't think a person is sell out just because they got a good job. I don't look
It depends for.
at this stage in the game, man. We all kind of assimilated.
I know, but I'm saying it just depends. It depends how high up you are, how much you know, how much you
Is
know.
Jay-Z a sellout? Is Beyonce a sellout? Is Beyonce a sellout? Do you look at Beyonce as a sellout?
I definitely look at her as an exploiter of our culture.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna let you get away with that.
Does that answer the question?
I, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I think a lot of people gonna make you would ask why do you say that? Because Bell Hooks said the same. Bell Hooks just came out and said she was a capitalist. They said Jay-Z and Beyonce are capitalists.
Right.
I didn't like a lot of people didn't like Bell Hooks when she said that. But I felt like Bell Hooks can be harsh, but I I agree with it. I like, yeah, what else are they? What else are they? And I think I just yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It to me, it depends how far up you are in relative to what you do for the community at large. Um,
I agree with that. I agree with
yeah. So, I mean, I don't think every single
that. And
person.
I think a lot of times, because I think a lot of times I think the conversation on capitalist does, there are some things that are suggested by that, especially if I look at like what the Panthers was doing, like the breakfast program and
Definitely.
all of that, like there's and they didn't have shit. They probably most of them probably selling weed to get by and other things.
Right.
Um, you know, but they, whatever they had, they were trying to get, including their lives. They were
Right.
trying to give to their communities, and so
Right.
yeah, if they can do that, then I kind of have high expectations for anybody else that wants to put themselves in a particular category of being of the people or whatever, or being for the
I
people.
would have that attitude towards someone who at Super Bowl 50 did Black Panther regalia.
Oh God, right. Oh God, right. How did I forget about that? Right. Absolutely,
You get what I'm
absolutely,
saying? It's the
absolutely, absolutely.
exploiter of. See, but I'm
Right,
gonna get a
right.
lot of pushback for that. You know.
But it's so real. It's so honest, though. Yeah. It's like you say, it's Black Panther regala, the berets and everything, uh, your costuming and
Right.
and and even kind of the hoodoo geeky culture for
Right.
your videos when
Right.
when your husband is cheated on you,
Right.
but everything else is like you're not, and even the HBCUs and
Right.
that the marching and all of that, and there really probably should be a lot more shared. And the funny thing is, like, Beyonce would, like, I don't know about Jay-Z, but I absolutely believe Beyonce could become, like, I don't know, man, like Beyonce could be embraced by the community in such a way.
Right. Right. You know, I would I really wish, because even, what is that one, oh gosh, I forgot his name. That one particular, he's the TV mogul now. He went to court,
Byron Allen.
Byron Allen, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, I was like I was totally ready to just join the cause. And
Oh, can we talk about that, man?
yeah, please.
We are. Oh God, is it fucking midnight already, man? It's
All
past
right.
midnight. But hold
Before,
on, come on, man, come on, because we was
okay,
talking about ADOS in the DMs, and there's two different things. There's this idea of ADOS, this specificity of heritage,
right,
um, based on the slave trade and even the Native American mislabeling or whatever. Their fight with with the Europeans, the settlers,
right,
the
right,
English, and a whole lot of bloodlines got created. The Seminole and all kind of stuff happened. Um, and then there is ADOS, the organization. And sometimes I feel like something gets lost in translation, man. Like I feel like, you got this great, beautiful thing going on here, man.
right.
And then there's all this other shit. I like
What, like the infighting, or
the infighting, and I get it, man, because I'm not a fan of Tyreek Nasheed neither. And I kind of wish dude would disappear. And
right?
I do feel like he,
He's a capitalist.
he's of course he's a cow. He's a wannabe pimp. Come on, man.
Right,
Like, you're not even a pimp. You're a wannabe pimp. That's
right,
horrible. That's horrible. You're not in that culture. He
right,
doesn't he doesn't get one of those cups that them pimps be. Like you've never been pimp of the year. You probably never even been to the players ball.
right,
Tyreek is not, you're not in that culture, but
right.
you exploited that culture. You're not even in that. You're a fake pimp. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? How do I, what do I get out of that? You were part of like the white version of that.
right.
So there's that. But I do wish, I do kind of wish they I'm gonna say names. I do wish Yvette and Tone would back off of that. Like, you guys are on a much bigger level.
Definitely.
You're on a much you and I and, but my problem is when it comes to celebrity, I'm not quite sure where they stand, and I do feel like I also don't know exactly where they stand. I like they do come off like capitalists. They're not, like, I don't see a for real political ideology.
Well,
I see
politically, they are
I
they're
see a
aligned with Democrats. Politically, they are aligned with Democrats
why you say that?
because that's that they endorse the Democratic Party and Democratic nominees. ADOS, the group, the organization.
The organization.
Yes, like that's. Let me look it up. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't I don't know if they endorse or don't endorse. Like, I don't think they're I I just thought that like when Cube was doing his thing, I thought that I just felt like they started off with the decadent veil, and then all of a sudden, I see them doing things with Cube, and I don't know, man. I just felt like sometimes it gets off course.
Right. Right.
And they're absolutely not socialist.
No.
And so there's a question about that, like they're absolutely not. I might not say democratic, but it's very liberal.
It's very liberal. Definitely very liberal. They supported Democrats in the beginning of 2020, and then they
Really?
They discouraged Black voters from voting Democratic 4 days ago, according to Harvard.edu. So, I mean, it's ever changing, but politically, I think I think I've said this before. We should be having our own parties politically.
Absolutely. And I think like with ADOS, like how can you not see that?
Right.
You've got it in the palm of your hand. Like, I don't even fuck if you don't win. Just run. Just do it. Like, this is why wouldn't you have ADOS? Why wouldn't this be a party? I don't like, and I'm not quite sure how many followers they got, and I'm not quite sure what their numbers really would be. But like, why wouldn't you do that? like, why does this have to just be a YouTube thing? Why are you limiting this to like this social media thing, or even even when they do their coalitions, what do they call it? Even when they do their offline things, I still feel like this is, you got it, guys. You did it. Like,
something like this. Yeah.
Yeah, you did it. You got the seeds of something real big. You may not have as expansive of a vision as I might, but you do have this key central point to campaign around. You've got your mission statement, you got what you want. There you go. Like because I don't think the Green Party has, the Green Party has just about as much as as the ADOS as far as vision is concerned.
Right. And so it's at least a think tank, if we're gonna
at least a think tank.
At minimum a think tank. So we could eventually
Right.
I said this
branch out to other things.
Right, because I said this previously with Queen Everlina, that I felt like my criticism of BLM of not just being inclusive of everyone, it's like, well, what other grassroots organizations can we create off of this one, so we're not just a reactionary group of ambulance chasers, and we can prevent going into ambulances, what else are we doing? Because I don't feel like that should be the only preference.
I don't think they thought ahead, and I don't think they really like BLM. Like, kind of, okay. So after Trayvon got killed,
right,
and everybody was trying to get Trayvon got killed, and everybody was at first, and I don't think people even remember this. We was just trying to get an arrest. That's how everything kind of convened on Sanford, Florida. Everybody was trying to get George Zimmerman arrested.
Right.
And there were no, Sanford, Florida wasn't organized in the same way that places like St. Louis and Baltimore were, or maybe even, New York and places in LA were organized. And so anybody could kind of come and show up, and they were welcome. And, I remember Sharpton had a little thing, and everybody had their little thing.
Right.
But everybody was kind of welcome. And that's when BLM, Black Lives Matter, began to, it got organized. It was a seed from that. A whole lot of people had something going on.
Right.
And then Mike Brown got killed. Right. And in St. Louis, it started off with like the Hands Up United was kind of the loudest. and you had the tough poles and whatnot. And then you had different, you had groups that were LGBT,
Right.
and they were discriminated against. They were, it was ugly. It was ugly. And they weren't, these weren't, these weren't, they weren't cowards, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, I think I think in to maintain their an effort to maintain a valid reason for their existence, I think they grabbed a hold to BLM.
Right.
Something that was in existence along the lines of police brutality, as well as something that had an LGBTQ flavor. Um, Probably more for hope and things of that than anything, I'm sure. But that's how it got into the public discussion, you
Right.
know. And it kind of just, and then white academics wanted to, they, because at first what was going on in Ferguson was supposed to be decentralized, and white people really was not feeling that shit, and
Right.
they wanted a label, and Black Lives Matter.
Right.
It just caught on the Hands Up, because I think Hands Up, the way that they was using it was too radical.
Right.
And then it wasn't, Hands Up was just one group. Hands Up United was just one group. You had a whole bunch of different groups. Like I said, it was decentralized. And then Oprah said we need a leader. Then all of a sudden, D. Ray and Netta are in Forbes magazine, and in the
Right.
Times article, the New York Times article after the Pettus Bridge, and it. One day we woke up and it was called the Black Lives Matter movement, and
Right.
it got confusing because just like with ADOS, there was what was going on in the streets that was being called Black Lives Matter, and then there was this actual organization that was a lot smaller than people ever really knew. And I think
Right.
that's what happened. I think they got something. They had something. They woke up one morning and they was in a spaceship
Right.
and they were being asked to do interviews. I absolutely think that's what happened. I absolutely believe they woke up one morning and was like, "Oh wow,
And
we're
overnight
famous." Yeah,
success. Right.
yeah, yeah.
And
And
so
I think that's something that we don't talk about. Like, what the spectacle can do to a movement is, I can make you famous and I can shout everything you got going on. Because all I gotta do is put you up on a pedestal, man. Everybody coming for you.
right.
You the high man.
Right.
I don't care what space it is. It's what happened with the Panthers. It's what happened with Malcolm.
Right.
Like the system has been doing this for a lot longer than you and I've been around. It knows. We just didn't see it. We didn't realize, oh shit, if they make y'all famous, dog, this finna fall apart
Right.
overnight.
Right. And so, you know, this is probably another discussion for another time, but most revolutions, they work in cells. They don't have leaders. They work in
Right,
cells.
right.
So,
In very small groups.
right,
Very small groups.
right.
Yeah.
So,
In
um,
very small independent groups.
definitely, definitely.
Uh, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. So, anytime you find a leader, you cut the snake off the head.
Cut the head, yeah, and everything falls, and that's what's been going on. And you're absolutely right. It really, it can't be these large things, or even these isolated incidents that they get labeled as one thing, and then this one group can appear to speak for it.
Right,
Representation without constituencies, and representation that ain't been elected, man. It's really dangerous for this stuff.
right. Do you feel that Dr. King, by relating to poor white sharecroppers, um, he put classism over racial stratification?
Do I think Dr. King was a class reductionist?
Okay.
No, not at all. I think King had an absolute vision for Black people. I'm not quite sure on his but goddamn, the Panthers, if they, like the Panthers were inclusive, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Panthers worked with everybody. Panthers worked with white racists.
Right.
Like for real, white racists. Like they worked with them. Nah, I think he had his vision. I'm not 100% sure. King's articulation of his socialist vision isn't as it's not his socialist vision isn't as articulated as a lot of other people's. The Hueys and everybody else's. This idea, of a black nationalism at some point in this conversation on our road to wherever we're going.
Right.
Progress.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure I want to say that King was a black nationalist.
I could say he's definitely part of the Black nationalism movement.
I think we could adopt him. I think we could adopt him. I'm not like I absolutely think statements like I think we integrated into a burning building absolutely would allow me to seal King as a black nationalist. And that's probably going to be a project of mine at some point in my life. Right. But I'm not sure. Like I'm just not, I don't know. I do there's enough evidence on the tape. King has said, socialism and this is documented, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. But I'm not quite sure if he has a black nationalist idea, a vision right. on the way to whatever internationalism he would have espoused. So I'm pretty sure he thought about it though.
Approached it with an Pan-African idea, because
Pan-African, man.
Because in my view,
I'm absolutely sure that King would fall into the context of I don't know, man. Like when I think about internationalists, I think about people like Che Guevara. Nigga, capitalism could get it anywhere.
Right.
I'm Pat. Where are we going? Just drop me off. That's how I look at internationalism.
Okay.
I'm an internationalist to the degree that I can hold, to the degree that I can't hold fort where I'm at. And right. Then my thing is, okay, let's get up. Like Castro. If I can't build here in Cuba, I'll go to Mexico, build get my crew together, and then I'll be back.
Right.
But once I'm back, I'm dying hurt.
Right.
And that's kind of where I am at. If I had to leave to get training or to protect my family, that's right. What's up. But I'm trying to get back here. This is where I was born, man. I'm coming without this where I was born to fight. This where I'm supposed to be fighting. I'm supposed to die here. And so that's how I look at and I don't look at King in that kind of way. I think King, but at the same time, I don't know because King died so early in this particular project that it's difficult to discuss it. You know what I'm saying? I absolutely think I believe Malcolm was absolutely black nationalist, but I think Malcolm would have absolutely become, if Malcolm got a win. And that's another kind of question. That's a different question. Same thing with Garvey. He's like if Garvey gets a win in the United States of America, I absolutely think Garvey's going to go to London and all these different places and try to bring everything together. And same thing with Malcolm. I think if Malcolm doesn't get slayed, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be cool. If Malcolm doesn't get slayed, I absolutely or let me say it like this: if Malcolm is able to secure land in the United States of America, and in the same way that Cuba, if they're able to win a revolution, I absolutely think that Malcolm probably would have been an internationalist. I think he would have went somewhere else and
Right.
try to help them get rid of capitalism too.
Definitely.
And that's how I think of internationalism. And
Well,
and I and I, and I'm not, and like I said, I'm just not sure, but I do think that I think there are some absolute pieces. There are some statements that are documented that absolutely I could absolutely put an argument together to say that King was a black nationalist. I
right.
just need a little time.
But oh, okay. I would say like Kwame Ture and a lot of other,
Absolutely, absolutely.
when they went to Africa after a whole lot of people died. Um,
After exile, really,
right, exile, definitely. Um, they began tearing down colonialism. Um,
they were absolutely internationalists.
so
I think their trajectory is. I think their trajectory is probably would be like my trajectory if given that given that particular lifestyle, um, they wanted to try to get something done here, but due to circumstances, due to oppression, due to pressure, they had to go somewhere else. But the fight was wherever they were at. It wasn't we on pause or whatever. The fight is wherever we at.
right,
We are fighting this wherever we are at.
right, and it's I think it's we're gonna fight systemic racism wherever we can. I think that was the the sentiment
And
was
not just systemic racism, but like you said, colonialism,
right,
neo-colonialism. We
right,
are fighting against capitalism, and we are fighting against this European arm of that particular idea or vision, whatever the hell you want to excuse my language, whatever you want to call it. Um,
globalist
we're yeah,
economy. Because I think
we're against
whenever I say capitalism, I include the socialist Europeans as well. So yeah,
okay.
you
That's
know, Canada, you're
okay.
part of a certain
Okay, yeah. The allies,
right,
and yeah, and because there are different tiers. That's yeah, there are absolutely different tiers. At the same time, I mean, it's difficult because King was absolutely anti-war,
right,
and his stance on the Vietnam War, in my mind, does place him in. Uh, you're fast with it too. It does place him in um, the internationalist trajectory, in my opinion, because it's not that ain't his fight. You know what I'm saying? That's but he is, he is, and he's not just saying, um, bad white
because of
people.
religion.
He's looking at it from an empathetic. Hey, hey. He's looking at it from an empathetic standpoint of the Vietnamese and the Koreans, and so I do think that's Muhammad Ali as well.
Right, right. And so um with that, I don't
It's
feel like
solidarity. It's solid. It's a
many
solidarity.
black I would say a lot of pro black people online nowadays, I don't think they are as astute as to how far reaching our world wars have been since ooh, a
Yeah,
long
right,
time.
right,
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 right.
right,
I'm trying to
right.
think of a period where there wasn't. I guess we were pacified, like maybe in the '90s, but there was still the Gulf War, um, which was quick and swift.
There was yeah, and not just because there were other involvements. South America, the Contras. The Contra thing was still, that was still a thing, and everything that was going on throughout the
Right.
Middle East, not
That was
just not just with Iraq, and then Bosnia, and
but
Black Hawk Down. Where was that? That's
It's not Afghanistan.
that's not no. That was like that was an African. I wanted to say Kenya, man, but it might have been another area. But yeah, so no, America's always had some type of military involvement somewhere. And I do think that we don't. I do think that there is absolutely this amnesia or just blind spot or willful ignorance about how many military campaigns the United States of America is funding globally and involved in globally, uh,
Right.
and most of it's purely some corporate agenda. It's
Right. That
purely carving land for some
it is
for
capitalism.
Walmart or
Right.
Amazon or some shit like that. It's absolutely not for the people.
Right.
You know,
Right.
they'll
Definitely.
they'll sell this idea of fighting for democracy, man, but it's always capitalism.
Right. Exactly. And their version of democracy is whoever we can pay for to be in office to control.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. They're puppet governments, like with Afghanistan and Karzai, and yeah,
right. So, um, and you know, just like King um, had the insight to realize it was systems versus systems. Um, I think a lot of people skip that over. You know, with the rhetoric of like, let's bomb them all because they're trying to take our freedoms. Um, and it's like, no, they're trying to take your freedom to exploit their resources.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, change their culture to assimilate them. So definitely the anti-war
If not
symbol.
completely wipe them out, but yeah,
Right,
predominantly it's going to be to make consumers out of them and make them cheap labor.
right, right. And so I
Everything we complain about China is going on with America throughout the world and here as well. I mean, I don't believe for a second that the Democratic Party gives a damn about Hispanics, in that kind of way. I think it's cheap labor. These are big. The Democratic Party is a part of big labor, and the tech companies need, they still need bodies on the ground. They still need cheap bodies,
right,
and so do these industries. These industrial facilities, factories. They want cheap labor. You know what I'm saying?
right, right. Um,
Even at even at middle what is it minimum wage, even at minimum wage, you know what I'm saying? Because you're illegal. I can pay you less than minimum wage.
definitely
You know,
migrant workers, especially.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, and so Dr. King, he said one of his beliefs, um, and he has this big memorial in DC, um,
Right, right.
and it has a
It's
bunch of
powerful enough. It's powerful enough. It's a
right,
lot on the mall though. It's a
right,
lot on the mall though.
right, right. And one of them was he believed everybody deserved to have housing, 3 square meals a day, and education. Um, and so he said that was a human, every human deserves that. Um, and so with that idea, I don't think, I think King is kind of like, um, I don't want to sound controversial too bad, but I think King is like Christ in the manner of don't you know
But I think as long as you don't apotheosize, I I, I
well,
I'm like
I'm
like
saying like the idea that most Christians wouldn't like real life depiction of Christ because he was like a socialist, communist, anarchist.
if you have to label it those things, yeah, his viewpoint is going to be a much more flatter society than the society that, according to these books about him, that he
Right,
lived in or that he saw. Um, I don't have a problem with that. I do think that King he lived he lived his beliefs. I have some concerns about I have some concerns where I have some concerns, but I absolutely believe that he walked his walk. He was
Right.
on this 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 journey towards a much where he would have liked a much flatter society, a much more
Equitable or
I want to be careful about that word because I think it's lost its real meaning. But yeah,
right.
much
Right.
more, get people, provide the society should provide a safety net. But I also think King did live. King never saw like King didn't live in the world of Silicon Valley, not the Silicon Valley that we know.
Right.
And so the level of sheer just gross inequity. And so
Definitely.
I do think that in King's society, I think while you still had like even Beyonce and Jay-Z, like we're talking about like this is kind of far from the average person. This is
Right.
very very far from what the regular person has for his
Right.
finances is concerned. And I'm not quite sure you had celebrity at that level in King's day. King died in what 68, 69. I don't think that you had you know I don't think you had celebrity wealth.
Right.
Like you had like even you had some celebrities and they had some money, but they ain't have it like they ain't have it like Jay-Z now, man. Like
Not $1 billion couple. No.
we talk about billions and shit, man. Like this is a different like
This is different.
millionaire and multi-millionaire was a big thing for a long time. We
Stephen
really
Fetchit was
just
a millionaire.
say again.
Stephen Fetchit was a
Yeah,
millionaire.
Stephen Fetchit. Well, he died. He died in poverty. But yeah, he was balling. He was
Right.
balling, and so was I mean, even Madam C.J. Walker, and I'm sure got the Oscar. Going with the Wind.
Hattie McDaniels.
Hattie McDaniel. And she gave. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think I don't. We'll say whatever, and I get that, but I don't think they were.
Nowhere near that. I don't think
I
so.
don't think so, man. I think we got like this is gross money. Like this is like I think people didn't have they had some money in their day. They had some celebrity, man. But I don't think like you got to think like even Paul Robeson, he came back. When he came back to America and kind of died, when he had to stay like at his sister, his cousin's house or something. Like, can you really like imagine Kanye being broke, broke, broke?
Right.
Like Kanye West broke, 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 broke. Like, you got to go stay with your cousins or some shit, bro.
Right. Bobby
No.
Brown did. Bobby Brown did. I'm not, and he didn't have nearly as much as Kanye. I'm just saying, like, it's not
It's that's an interesting point. Like I don't want to because I do think we do need like Mike Tyson came back. Mike Tyson came back. Mike Tyson had
he
fucked
made
up
a
a
big
lot of
comeback.
money.
Right.
But I don't think he messed up as much money as Jay-Z could mess up. I don't think, like this a lot of money, man. Or Dr. Dre or um I think Q quietly sitting on a lot more money than
Oh
a
yeah.
whole lot of people. I think
Oh yeah.
Q got it, man. So
Movie.
we're beyond 100 million.
Right.
LeBron probably sitting too. I think LeBron got a couple quarter, maybe like a quarter bill. So we're talking about billions. This is the number we're at now, and we're not even talking about like industry. All of the
Right.
people that we just named are celebrities. This is all
Yeah.
entertainment. All these
Right.
people are in entertainment. Um, and so yeah, and I don't think King saw that world, and so now we're in a world where it's so fucking lopsided now. You know what I'm saying? It's and I don't know if we ever going back.
Right. Right. Okay. And so we're gonna move on to another subject. Um. So Dr. King's assassination. You know, everybody learned in school James Earl Ray, right?
The throwaway assassin.
Right, right. The lone gunman. After they advertised his hotel room on national television. Who does that? Convenient. Only the government would do something like that. They're like, oh, here's the world's most hated man in his exact hotel room.
Right.
So you know, there was a case, the King family versus the United States government, in about 1998. They even said they didn't want more than $750 because originally it was supposed to be for $10 million, and they said they wanted to make a point that it wasn't about the money for them. The presiding judge was actually
I'm interested. Yeah, right.
In Memphis, Tennessee, and he said he had to jump through a lot of hoops. I don't know. Judge Joe Brown seems like a embellisher to me. So
he's got a lot of stories. Absolutely got a lot of stories.
Yes. I'm not gonna say he's a liar. I'm gonna say he's very loquacious.
A fibber.
Right. So he had a lot of stories about this case as well, and the evidence was overwhelming that the U.S. government was involved in King's assassination, so much to the point where they were willing to give them whatever amount they wanted, the King family wanted. So many factors in which people were, the U.S. Army Rangers were at another hotel across the way from King's balcony, watching the entire thing. There were so many things that happened in that assassination.
The only thing that I don't like about, I think there's so much. There's so much about the government always kind of leaves fingerprints all over the fucking place, to be honest. And the J. Edgar Hoover meeting,
right?
But I do feel like I've heard people say, and I don't know, but I don't agree with the hypothesis that even the two brothers who was killed in the trash compactor was done so that King would come. But I felt like there were so many. I felt like there were so many chances for like King had left and came back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was so many opportunities for a hit. You know what I'm saying? That I just felt like, nah, I don't. I think that those brothers really had shitty jobs, and the city of Memphis really ain't give a fuck about them. And one day during a rainstorm, they decided to camp out, and they end up getting killed. And I do think that it just started a chain of events that the United States government was able to take advantage of.
Right. And so the counterintelligence program headed by J. Edgar Hoover, for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, was a long process. It wasn't, it spanned approximately 4-5 decades.
Yeah, because I I don't know.
But yes,
like I don't know how long COINTEL as that entity existed, but we do know, from the time of Garvey until J. Edgar Hoover's demise, that he had these systems in place, because you also had the McCarthy era, and
Right.
you always had these different national national security excuses to for of domestic, same shit they doing with Biden right now, reasons to watch the people, domestic surveillance. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They always had these excuses of domestic surveillance, and they
Yep.
always had people that they kind of took interest in.
National
From
security.
right. From Marcus Garvey to the Paul Robesons and
Right.
everybody in between, the Panthers, Malcolm,
All the
King.
pro-black groups had a dossier. All of
Oh
them.
yeah, and the white groups, the socialists, the anarchists, everybody, and they got that shit going on today.
Right.
With the black extremist thing, that label that they got, this domestic surveillance, we're watching for terrorists, all of this shit. It only expanded.
Right.
And they only changed names. Like the FBI ain't out of business. They didn't stop the FBI. So they just it ain't like it ain't like they disappeared all that equipment that they had and all. They kept it. They just dusted it off a little bit, or
Right.
upgraded it, or did something that allowed them to discourage media attention.
Right. And they did their role, infiltrate, sabotage, change, rearrange. Kwame Ture actually accused them of writing fake love letters from a side
Right.
chick to his wife. Um, so don't do that.
See, this be my problem. This be my problem. Like there's absolute government. There's absolutely agent level involvement. I think we call it that. But my problem would be a lot of dudes don't be understanding the seriousness of what be going on. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I feel like why Malcolm had to get killed the way that Malcolm got killed. I think that there weren't a lot of other ways to do it but to kill him in front of his family
Right.
with the troops that he probably trained.
Right.
Um, and I'm not saying that there wasn't any FBI involvement or government cohesion, collusion, excuse me, but it is what it is, man. I do feel like it's okay to be human, and now there I can't justify your whatever you got going on. I can't
No,
justify
but
that
maybe
for you.
he was right. Maybe he was right. Maybe he was, you know, because
If
throwing
if your if your wife believe it, then there's problems.
right, 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 right.
That's my concern. My wife wouldn't believe no shit like that.
Okay, okay, that's fair.
And not because of, oh, my wife is, no, not
Oh, but
because my
but
wife,
but
I
you
have
don't.
I have a vetted track record.
Okay,
I have a vetted track record.
right.
Now, had I had anything that would
So,
give her doubts,
right.
then them letters, she would believe them. But
Okay,
because I have a vetted track record, she's
but
never had problems in that category.
but he was gone a lot from home, a lot. So that is to be considered as well. Um, so
Okay. Okay.
when someone's absent,
This my thing. I hate to use this phrase because I really hate this fucking phrase. When we say it's chess, not checkers, what we're implying is that there are some strategic
right,
elements at play. It's not just I'm going to do something and the game is over. It the FBI are still fucking humans. We had this tendency to make the FBI these gods, and they're not
right,
that. They can't create situations that don't exist. they're typically playing the situation with Malcolm and Elijah.
Right.
They didn't invent that.
They played both sides.
They exploited it.
Right.
And that's what the situation with King.
Okay.
They didn't create a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff they just exploited. Same thing, and in some ways, the situation with Huey and Eldridge. It was, the power hungriness was already on the books. They now of course they doctored a bunch of letters and everything like that. But they exploited weaknesses that were already there. They exploited intelligence.
Right. Right. Okay.
I'm not saying anybody cheated or anything. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yes,
look,
you
man,
are. You
gotta be mindful of the game that this is. Like, you can't be, you can't be.
You have to have your hands clean.
If you at war, man, you gotta be mindful. You can't play that game and not be disciplined.
Right.
Or be very you can't give your opponent something, say it again.
An opening.
You can't give your opponent an opening. Thank you. You can't give them an opening, man. You can't give them something that they can exploit. Right. And that's you're an easy target, man. Like and I yeah, and this is not it's not my job really to judge or to retry the life of an ancestor, but it is my job to learn from it. You know what I'm saying? If this, these are some of the things. Now, we don't have all the information, but we got enough information, man, to be honest, man. It's enough information out there for us to be able to say, man, okay, it's just a bad idea, man.
Right.
Don't give nobody. It's just a relationship in general, dog. Like, if you're not communicating enough to your wife, right. Not your girlfriend. I'm talking about wife.
Right. Your wife.
Yeah. It's just different, man. Yeah, that's an everyday check-in.
Right, definitely.
I don't give a fuck, man. Wife, right. That's an everyday check-in.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
Right.
That's an everyday check-in, dog. And anything, you're supposed to be able to spell. Betty, they ain't send them letters to Betty.
Betty probably wouldn't believe it anyway. Malcolm was so disciplined.
And there you have it. And there you have it. That's my point.
Right. Okay.
They like it's still human. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't catch you slipping where you ain't slipping.
Right.
If they can't catch and yeah, it is a point on morality. Like, well, not really morality, just practical good sense, man.
Right.
Like, dog, like, is it that important? Is it really that important? Or,
well,
I just feel like they didn't create that. I just feel like they didn't create that. I feel like nah, dog. Nah. Your wife went for that because your resume. This is my belief. And I'm not saying that the CIA or the FBI wouldn't stoop to these things. I just feel like typically they're going to pick at the string because they on a budget, and they, this is still war. There are rules. This is physical. This is material. Like, just because we losing, though, you can't lose sight of they're human just like we are.
Right.
They're on a budget. They're running out of resources. They've got to
Congress like everybody else. Their
budget. They got it exactly. Yeah. This is a material. They're humans. They're objective conditions. They're looking for every easy thing that they can get their hands on. When and that's not to say it. Like I have to ask questions like, why didn't what was the like, you got agents, you know what I'm saying? You got agents that get you got plants and shit like it. And all of them groups probably had 1,000 as many agents as could be slipped in.
Right.
They didn't.
Right.
They didn't. They didn't. They didn't. They didn't send. They didn't send Fred Hampton woman. No, you know what I'm saying. Like you
Right.
know, they. You, you knew the people they couldn't do that to because they just came and just dumped bullets.
Right.
The people they couldn't get that off on, they just dumped bullets. They just
Definitely.
dumped bullets. This is this guy's profile. We're not going to be able to get this off. We're not going to get a character assassination off on this guy.
Right.
All right,
Right.
send them bullets flying. Send them
And
flying.
so King wasn't folding when they were threatening to
He
expose
didn't.
the white prostitutes he was dealing with.
I think I okay. So David Garrows. David Garrows wrote. David Garrows is an interesting guy. I think the book is worth a read. I'm not, I'll send a copy if need be. I think it's worth a read. At least the chapter, the Memphis chapter. I don't think you're lying. The FBI. I have a problem with the rape tape. And I don't want to ever minimize rape, and I don't ever want to say that it's not possible. Here's my problem with the rape, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen.
Right.
I'm just saying that I have a hard time believing it because I just feel like you're trying to bring down Dr. King. You've got surveillance on him.
Right.
There is a rape occurring. You have King in the room. You
Put him in
don't
jail.
rush in.
Right.
Like, I don't get it. Like, and the taxpayers should be upset, you know what I'm saying? But fundamentally, I'm like, you're trying to character assassinate King or get him out the pit. Like, you're trying to character assassinate. You're trying to find something on King. A
Right.
rape is occurring.
Right.
You've got a recording right now live. A rape is occurring. You don't stop it. You don't so I have a problem. I have a problem with that.
Right.
But
Yeah. It was like I said, they don't do their heroes like that.
nah, they don't.
They don't. That's my whole problem with it was I was like, if you guys are going to use him as the poster boy to correct me with, well, I could just tell you, my
Yeah,
uncle's
right.
cheated on my auntie before, and he's a better person than Dr. King, and he'll whoop your ass.
I just don't. And like I said, I don't want to minimize something like that, but at the same time, I do. It's questionable. I just say that it's questionable, and I do think that it puts the FBI. Granted, just because the FBI said it doesn't make that as false, but at the same time, I do feel like being this is what it is. I feel like this kind of put y'all in a bad light. Like, why didn't y'all just rush in right then and there? For a million different reasons.
A lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, regardless, King still didn't. King still moved forward with what it was he was attempting to move forward with, to the point where they felt like, okay, let's just go and kill him.
Right. So,
and I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure they didn't waste a bullet, though. To be honest with you.
You don't think King would have been?
I don't know what King would. King was very. King was. He was tired. I think he was competing with a lot of younger, possibly more talented, more charismatic individuals. I think his murder actually cemented him in a way.
Probably martyrdom.
Martyrdom. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite I'm not quite sure it was a smart move, but I feel the same way with Malcolm. Like I'm not quite sure that was.
I think
I'm not.
Malcolm would set the world on fire. That's just my
I
idea.
think Malcolm had a goal to set the world on
Right.
fire. I think Malcolm
Right.
had a whole lot more enemies, but I'm not quite sure that. I'm not 100% sold that. I'm not 100% sold on the whole it was just the FBI thing. No, I also feel like, granted Malcolm, just because Malcolm said the nation couldn't have done it don't mean that the nation didn't do it. So, I want to be careful about all this shit, but
I
still,
don't be careful. Farrakhan said some very specific words that
yeah,
day.
yeah. He said something that at that time, and them niggas was serious, dog. Like they ain't lying. Motherfuckers ain't lying about what the nation was on at that time. It was serious. They were street niggas. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, I didn't
Definitely.
say it like that, but that's what it was. And
Right.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. Farrakhan called Malcolm X a hypocrite.
Right.
That's a you put a stamp on that man head.
Right.
So there's that. And I ain't to say that the government wasn't involved. It's just to say that I think a whole lot of other people was involved as well.
Definitely.
And so that's my only thing with Malcolm. But I don't know. Like I feel like
No. So I was looking at a lot of different things. We'll go find it. Where'd you put it? I'm sorry about that, mommy.
you good. Hey, I get it. I understand.
I don't know where she's asking for, what she's asking for, where she's asking for it, but yeah. So when you think about it, the entire idea of what the FBI was doing was for it to look like it was going to happen anyway, was to make it look like it was intentionally like not intentionally done by them. So, I don't know how much of a hand they had in, giving Elijah Muhammad certain information and then giving Malcolm a certain amount of information. Um, and, who's to say that the FBI didn't give Malcolm the
I think it was. I think it's so many people that could have been involved. You know what I'm saying? And
right,
I do find it interesting that when those gentlemen came out of prison, all but one got these really, high ranking positions in the NOI.
right,
Um, and they haven't scrubbed like the conversation about Malcolm being a hypocrite. Niggas in the NOI still look at Malcolm as a hypocrite. You know
oh,
what I'm
they
saying?
think terribly of Malcolm X. They
You know,
they still have terrible rhetoric.
so it's not like so I feel like even if you didn't do what you wanted to.
Right, right, right. Um, and so this brings us to the next topic. This is what I
This,
found was
this I actually think it's a good thing, and I'm gonna explain why. Going back to what I said earlier, like the reason why I feel like King's legacy is going to be okay, regardless of whatever,
uh-huh.
because his kids will sue your ass. They sued Harry Belafonte
Right,
over letters.
right.
Well, okay, so it was a speech, and I think it was some
Bible.
letters,
I think
huh?
it was a Bible. I thought it was a Bible. His
Oh, I
traveling.
thought it was. I thought it was. I thought they had a speech. There was a speech that they sued that King wrote. In Belafonte's Mr. Belafonte. I don't want to get too fucking comfortable. Um, in his residence. And I think there was something else. But yeah, but the point of the matter is that they will sue you. They like
Right,
they were friends. Obviously they were friends, and
right,
they sued that man. So
right.
it's like but it also makes me feel uncomfortable about the David Garrows thing That's the only part of the conversation I'd be like this dude has said a lot. Like, it's like the guy who swings on everybody, and then he doesn't swing on somebody, and you just looking, and you just waiting, you're gonna hit him, right? I know you're the knockout artist, right? You
Right.
and so it's like, okay, y'all sued him, you didn't sue him, and it's
Right.
like, why y'all you sued the government? Y'all sue people. Why
Right.
haven't you sued Garrows? And that's my only problem.
Maybe
Like
because the truth is, I wouldn't say maybe all of it's true, but maybe he could prove more than
they're having they're having a difficult yeah, and so there we have it. Because something may be there. There
right.
might be something that I'm not understanding, and I'm not, I'm gonna hold my point until, I'm gonna hold my position. It doesn't really, like I say, Dr. King doesn't need me to defend him. You know what I'm saying? He's
Right.
got a whole ward. He's got wards. And they obviously do not play.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but there are some interesting situations where there is this area where there's this information that they don't mess around with. It's like, you'll sue him, but this guy here,
Right.
he
Well,
knows something. He knows
well,
something.
he's on to something, I would say.
Yeah.
He's maybe that's not he didn't go down the rabbit hole all the way, you know. Um but
Okay. Okay. Right. Right. But if they sue him, that whole
but
rabbit hole gonna
the
be
court, then it all of it goes on record.
right. Right.
And then, some things could be proved to tarnish that legacy. Um
I
which
don't know. I don't know if it can be. Like, I noticed that Bernice is trying to move the conversation to her mother, which I
definitely
thought was very smart. I thought was very smart.
right.
Um, I don't know if they're going to get a whole day. I don't know if they're going to get a day out of it. But I think it's very smart to begin to let's get it off our dad, because that nigga got a lot of skeletons.
Skeletons.
Um, so let's try to move it to our mother.
Right.
Um, but yeah, you know. I don't know. I just don't know if you're going to tarnish King. I think there are some things about, like I say, I personally, and I think a lot of people think like me. Like, I'm not the most. I'm not a religious person, but I have very spiritual beliefs, as the word. I don't like calling that shit whatever. I've got skeletons, right? I have my belief. Excuse my language. I keep forgetting. Um, I have my beliefs, and I do want to treat. I let the dead bury the dead. I let the dead judge the dead. That's not my place. I can only learn. I'm only here to learn from it. I'm only here to figure out what's what, and then learn from that. But as far as judgment, that's not really my job. Um,
Right.
I do want to be careful. I do want to be careful not to minimize sexual assault.
Definitely.
Um, but that is for, that's still on trial, so to speak.
Right.
But I do feel like King did some things in his life that I also have to consider. Like, King ain't the average dude just, having to cheat on his wife. Like, he also happened to, move forward some parts of the conversation that probably helped my own life in a lot of different ways. I don't agree with everything, and I'm sure there were, the war that he fought didn't end, and
Right.
I was born into it. So of course, the enemy figured out ways to make, even the best intentions weapons against me. But I don't want to completely throw somebody like Dr. King away. I think that would be foolish.
Right. Right.
And nor is it my place to do something like that. I think his life is worthy. I think he put in I think
A
he
lot.
put in a noble effort, man, and I respect that.
Right. Right. And so, hopefully I criticized him enough.
For the likes of
Because I was called a coon by the woke community. I was like, yo. Um, and so it was, I feel like Dr. King's legacy is, demigodish. And so, he would be on our Mount Rushmore if we were to defile any indigenous people's hillside. Um,
if I think it depends on what side of the coin you on. There are some, I got a lot of different heroes.
right,
You know
right.
what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not quite sure. I like if I had to live, if I was living. Well, how many people on the Mount Rushmore? What is that? Four?
Well, what I see it as, I'm talking about like in general for Black America,
If I had, I don't know, man.
because
I
I
think I think the there's so, but I think the problem is it's so limited. Like they don't like the average person isn't like they not teaching history in school, man.
no, no,
Most of us didn't pick this up until even those of us who were for one reason or another exposed to more than the rest. Even like I was exposed to a lot, but I wasn't exposed to as much as I would be like once I got maybe adulthood. And I
right,
and most people that I talk to that are on a particular level say the same thing. I didn't learn this in elementary school. I didn't pick this up in many people who had, grew up in particular kinds of households. It's like, well, I didn't figure this out until, you know,
right, exactly. And so I think it's more okay, baby. I think it's more up to us to. I don't know if you're familiar with Ryan's YouTube guy, Asian child with his family. Um, they're Asian
I don't know
American,
too for the history.
and he's like really popular on YouTube. I think he's like got endorsements and all kinds of other things. And so
What's his name?
Ryan, he has he's like super. He's got a gold
That's his
playlist.
name. That's his name
Yeah,
on
it's
YouTube.
it's his name is Ryan on YouTube, and he does toy reviews. And he recently got a show on Nickelodeon, and I guess they talked briefly about George Washington and glorifying George Washington. And I was like, wow, like my daughter came back to me basically telling me all this propaganda about George
Right,
Washington. Like,
right, right,
where
right.
did you get this from? Let me like watch
Yeah,
it for
let's
my
get this out your head right now. It's so
let me
difficult at that
reprogram
age,
it
though.
real quick. And I'm like, wow, what does a Asian American family know anything about like 18th
I think
century?
it depends. I think it depends on when that Asian family, because Asians have been in the United States of America for quite some
I'm not
time as
saying they
well.
haven't. I don't believe I don't believe that family in particular has been.
Probably
No.
not.
Um.
um, absolutely. But I think if they feel that they have to assimilate, and if they feel like they're
Definitely.
I mean, they rolled the YouTube chain to Nickelodeon. Like I'm pretty sure they're going
Gold.
to go with the flow, you
Right.
know.
Right.
But I
They have
think
a
a lot
gold.
of people, I think a lot of people are like that. I think most people aren't aware of a lot of things, and I think a lot of people, attempt to avoid the political conversations. They don't want to rock the boat, especially in the realm of business.
Right.
And unfortunately, most of this is the realm. All of this is the realm of business,
Right.
and a lot of people just don't. It when it's like the Christopher Columbus thing was interesting to me. Hard for me to detail that if I think that's a victory or not.
What,
Uh,
how they tried to change it to Indigenous Day?
yeah. Because I feel like it shouldn't. It should not be like it's not Indigenous People Day. It's like are we celebrating the slaughter of them or like what are we doing? Like it can't go from a celebration of the day of the guy who kind of broke 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 the Americas open for European
Yes.
domination,
Right.
and then say, okay, we're celebrating the people who got dominated,
Right.
because that's you don't celebrate that. We don't celebrate Black Wall Street as a massacre. It's a day of remembrance, if anything.
Right.
But we don't really want to remember that part. We want to remember, that they did this. That's the whole point. But you would America doesn't celebrate its losses. There's no Vietnam Day.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? America doesn't celebrate its loss, well, with exception of Confederacy or whatever. But
Right.
even that's celebrated in a particular kind of way. It's
Definitely.
acknowledged in a particular kind of way. America
Right.
doesn't celebrate its losses. So when you do Indigenous Day and so there's that. You know what I'm saying? There, but then you got yeah. Like who's going like when are people going to talk about Thomas Jefferson in that kind of way? Like
Right.
even with so much out there, his family, and all of that kind of stuff. Like they're still trying to whitewash Thomas Jefferson. Like they're not taking his ass off no $2. Excuse my language. They're not going to take him off the $2 bill.
Right.
Or George Washington. So it is
Or
real
Andrew
difficult.
Jackson.
Or Andrew Jackson. So
Right.
I would wonder if like are they're from I wonder how like they feel about Mao, or how they feel about like the railroads, and like in California where the Chinese were criminalized, and
Right.
like because America has its own history with China and
Definitely.
Chinese Americans, like Chinese
Definitely.
born Americans. They're not white either. We're doing a model minority thing now, but they weren't always that.
Not until about the
Uh,
40s. Uh, well, not
Probably,
until the,
yeah. After the internment camps.
right. 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 And so we've got to look at it as a standpoint of that is the crux of capitalism, is exploitation. um,
And our inability to what fragmentation. Dubois
fragmentation.
called it double consciousness. This kind of this pressure. I'm thinking this one thing. What did it when Debo or when Debo around, he tell me shut up, I shut up. But when he leave, I be talking again.
Right.
It's that kind of mentality.
Right.
I think at this stage of the game, though, it's much more fragmented, to the point where a lot of times, you've got your church self, you've got your club self, you got your job self, you got your job self when you're on lunch break, you got your job self when you're online. You
Right.
got your LinkedIn self, you got your Facebook self, you got your Twitter self, you got your TikTok self, you got all these different fragmentations of yourself. And absolutely, capitalism will absolutely dictate what you're able to be publicly. I feel like now it's even worse because everybody looks at themselves as a personal brand. Um,
Right.
so and not really understanding that the brand is a fake self. It's a fictitious character. Uh,
Right.
you know, um, so yeah, for them. For them and for mainly for our children, really, I hope that they're able to, get some history and kind of, get, as they say, get on the right side of history. But
And then
you
the
can't even ask Jay-Z certain questions, though.
of course not. With Jay-Z, right? When he says time's over for kneeling, he kind of just told you everything you needed to know. And also, Jermaine Dupri, producer from Atlanta, super producer from Atlanta.
Do we still look at Jermaine Dupri as a super? Do it last time Jermaine had a hit?
I mean, when's the last time Quincy Jones had a hit?
Oh, come on, man, that's Quincy though. But it's the hits though. It's the hits.
Okay.
It's the hits.
All right.
Quincy Jones was involved. Well, I ain't gonna do that. But, super producer Jermaine Dupri.
Yes, because he's had quite a few platinum plaques, and he's worked with Mariah Carey. She's superstar.
I think Dre is a super producer.
Okay, I think DJ Premier is a super producer. Like,
he is a super producer. He is right. because he's still working.
Okay. Right? Yeah, he worked. Yeah. You're right. Okay, so we'll say Jermaine Dupri is a celebrity producer. How about that?
Jermaine Dupri.
And so he complained. He said, it's crazy because Jay-Z, I told Jay-Z about this deal I was about to have with the NFL, and he told me I shouldn't take it. Right. And then he turns around and Jay-Z takes it.
He snatched it.
And that just kind of shows you the type of person he's always been. Other people complained about it. So it's not just Jermaine Dupri, y'all. It's several other people.
Everybody in this circle.
Everybody.
From Jazz to Dame to Ye to his wife. Right. Everybody has a disloyalty story about this guy.
Right.
Solange.
Put anybody on. He would just snaky, slimy, manipulative stuff, and so
power hungry.
When you see it from that standpoint, it's like, oh, crab in a barrel syndrome, like super level, like next level. And in my opinion, Jermaine Dupri he does more community stuff. Maybe more than Jay-Z. His studio's still in the hood. His
And Atlanta embraces him in a particular kind of. Atlanta is Atlanta, though, man. They on the ball, man. They, it's a community with them, man. It's a community. Rarely do you see an Atlanta person be like alone. Like they really, everybody in Atlanta kind of tied, man. Like, and I'm not saying, I don't know Atlanta's a big city and I know it's got its problems and everything, but at a certain level, man, like they really believe in, hey man, y'all got to come together, man, or this ain't gonna work, man. Like we all got to eat, or this ain't gonna work.
Right.
I look at them in the same way I look at like Houston and that thing that Jay Prince them got going on. Like we got to keep this together, or it's gonna break apart.
Right. Exactly. And so, just to hear like something like that. After the fact that Jay-Z said we're done with kneeling, it showed me his intentions the entire time. He was never really for the people. He had to go to semi-conscious because he had to go that route because we were tired about hearing him rap about crack at 40.
I think him and Ye saw something with like Watch the Throne. Like I think that's when we start kind of hearing a little bit more the kind of more conscious elements in that particular camp's raps. I think what I think is they were trying to separate themselves from the pack and jump ahead of the curve. With that particular is that an album? Is that a mixtape? I don't even know what the fuck we calling this shit anymore. Excuse
That's
my
an album.
language. Okay, that album. I do feel like they hit one out the park with that one. I think they did catch the wave, but I also feel like, the culture had already moved on. It had already been. I feel like it's the same way with like when he did Death of Auto Tune. I think it stunned some people, and
Right.
I think it caught T Pain off guard,
Right.
but I don't think it stopped. You didn't. Future still did Future, and Future is still doing Future. Future's still okay.
Is he?
I, as long as he doesn't get over,
Auto.
his ex or any of his any of his other children's mothers, I think he'll always have material. And the
Okay.
streets really have embraced, and the streets have embraced them. Um,
I think auto tune is still in. I don't know if like
I haven't seen it going out. Like I don't. I yeah. I don't think it. I think it's here. Like I think it's part of what it's gonna be. I don't know. It didn't like it did like let's put it like this. It didn't stop nobody in the 2010s from using it. You know, it was you know
it had
it
Lil
didn't
Wayne.
stop Future. It still stop Young Thug. It ain't stop. Lil Wayne still was making. Drake probably was using it.
Right.
So it's like it didn't stop anything. Like Jay was able to hit at somebody who should have should have been able to trust them not to do that. And
Right.
it was a big thing, you know what I'm saying? And it was a Jay moment. It's how Jay does it. The same thing with like Mobb Deep. It was one of those kind of moments, but it didn't as far as the actual same thing with the 444, you guys start putting the money phone to your ear. And Cass just did it more. You know what I'm saying? It has an appeal to a particular group, but as far as actually changing culture, niggas ain't listening. Nah.
Right. Right. So yeah.
But I don't think. But I think that speaks to. I think it speaks to Jay's distance. I am interested in. I'm interested in Meek Mill more than anything because I wonder about this ability to kind of step into the space of activism when everything points to this is not active. How does he,
He's the
this
capital.
is obviously, but he's also not like how do you become the face of prison reform?
And be friends with Robert Kraft.
And be friends with Robert Kraft. Wow, absolutely,
Right.
exactly. And so that's where I'm at with that. Yeah. But everything else, I just feel like I don't know. Like I don't think the people are blind. I just think the people are bored.
Right. Right. There is a certain amount of
Which is
sensation
sad, I guess.
required to be in the entertainment industry. And so like, we were kind of glad when Solange beat him up in the elevator. You know what I mean? Because that perfect marriage just fell up like just that image.
I think it showed us what most people already assumed or what was already in the air. I think it was surprising because it was Solange beating up Jay-Z, and that's kind of interesting an interesting take. But I think that most people, I think there were a lot of assumptions there. I think that I still feel like the danger though is in the messaging because Beyonce didn't divorce him. And I think there is a danger in the messaging. And I think that when you use black imagery, black iconography from an era and a particular political slant, and
Right.
then you're using it's you embrace black people when you need us to come, It's an exploitation either fucking way. You know, exploitation of your tears, exploitation of your relationship,
Right.
and exploitation of this symbol, these symbols of our culture.
Definitely.
No matter how beautiful it is, I can't forget the fact that this is supposed to be like a breakup album. What the fuck is
Right.
this? You know, are you gonna break up with the dude, or what are we doing here? Because if all you're gonna do is cry about him cheating on you, then that ain't really gonna change nothing.
Right.
We don't need the album,
Right.
and that's what happened. And then it's Mrs. and Mrs. J and all this other weird shit. And I think that's that it's problematic. That's problematic,
Right.
because and you're not really giving anybody anything to aspire to. It's not. It doesn't. Just because you stay in your marriage don't mean it ain't failed.
Right.
And it doesn't help. You're not helping anyone, and at that stage it becomes one is irresponsible because you did borrow these images, these political images,
Right.
and then you did sign up. At least in the beginning you signed up with Hillary, and we see you with the Obamas and all this other stuff.
Right.
You've signed up for a place in history. You've
Right.
signed up to be responsible at some level, and
Right.
this is what you gave us. And so yeah, I'm not sure about the politics, so I'm cool. I don't know what Beyonce believes politically.
Right.
For all I know, she could be a blind capitalist. Like, you're just going with the flow. It is the society we live in, and that's what's up.
I don't know if I'm okay with that as an
Really.
excuse.
An excuse, okay.
I think of the access to wealth, there's access to knowledge as well.
A whole lot. I agree.
If,
I'm
if
sure
you're
there's a whole lot
able
of
to
people in
bid
that
on
here.
Picasso, I believe you're able to bid on some African art that's been confiscated since this, 18th century, 19th century. I believe you could do some other type of stuff and
I
not.
mean, yeah, she's a billionaire, man. Like, or at least tied to a billionaire.
Right, right,
At
but
least
like,
y'all form like Voltron to form a billionaire.
right, right.
Yeah.
Like,
Not
I
a lot
would
of excuses.
see you not bid on European art and you go to the same auctions and get some expensive.
If you're going to be doing this
Turn it to
Pan
that.
African, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to lead to,
Right.
like, okay, so you did Black is King. I'm gonna need you to go to those same museums where you would spend $3 million on, a Van Gogh and or a Picasso
Or
Warhol.
who's
You know,
popular now? Coons and yeah.
right? Basquiat,
Yeah.
wherever those
Whatever
museums,
you're doing, nah, no,
those
or even opening a gallery in Africa or whatever it is you're. If you're going to do if you're going to do the symbolic stuff, I think it would be. And in order for me to say that this is not just exploitation, I would need to see some action somewhere else in your life. And you're absolutely right. We're not seeing that.
right,
And I'm not saying I'm 100%, and I'm not, and I would have liked to see it. We're not 100%, 176% privy to her life,
right,
but the problem is you make everything else public.
loud,
You
yes,
know, you did do the lemonade, and you did do this imagery and the Geechee and all of this culture, and black women and so I do need to see something. You did borrow the Black Panther iconography. I need to see something.
right,
You're loud when you want to sell a record. Don't get
right,
quiet. You know what I'm saying? You're loud when you want to sell records. All of a sudden, you're loud with the culture. I need you
right,
to be just as loud because that's what the people need. You know what I'm saying?
right.
You know. I'm who I am everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah.
Right. And not just that. I don't even feel like
And I guess and for audience, people listening, I do think that because we are on the conversation, the king, we are on the conversation of like socialism, and we're back on the conversation of really of redistribution of wealth.
definitely.
And I think that's the problem that's kind of on the table when you deal with Beyonce and Jay-Z and the wealthy black wealth, predominantly because you are borrowing from the heritage. You keep reaching your damn hand into the bank of black culture, and
Right.
you're pulling very specific things that's like, dog, those are our sacred jewels you wearing. You know, you
Definitely.
can't just wear that, man, and not, and not get chastised or not get some type of like that, you can't wear that without you can't wear superhero clothes without doing superhero things, and you're
Definitely.
not doing superhero things. You're just shiny. You're just being
You in
shiny
person.
right now. Yeah,
Right.
you're impersonating. You're
And
impersonating a hero.
definitely. And so
Oh, that's a highlight right there.
right.
That's exactly, you're impersonating a hero.
You're
That's what
impersonating
that's
a hero and you're impersonating heritage
impersonating a
because
hero.
now I see you, all you're doing is wearing European brands, all you're doing is buying European art, all you're doing is purchasing European cars.
The money is going back to Europe.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're
The
okay,
real money.
you're taking black stock and putting it elsewhere.
Right.
And
Right.
to
Right.
me, I feel like there's a huge disconnect because, on one hand, she's proud to be a black woman, but then on the other hand, like, sis, like, who's in your circle? Who's keeping you grounded? Who's reminding you, like, hey, this needs to, and not mama, not, you
What's
know,
Dream Hampton still mess with them, don't she?
does she? Does
I
she?
think that's
I don't.
like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I don't know.
I would say maybe Ava DuVernay might, but I mean, she's
I think the problem is they're going to all be compromised at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right,
I'm not quite, and these, I'm absolutely sure these are very well educated people and well read, and like you said, these people can talk to whoever the hell they want to talk to, man. They
right,
want to get an interview with me, they can get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can talk to whoever the hell they want to. You got the money, you got the resources, you got the access.
right.
Um, the choices that they make are absolutely their choices, and they're strategic, and I don't want to, I refuse to believe anything other than that. um yeah,
So
yeah.
you don't have a problem with the fact that Beyonce steals from black culture, but she refuses to interview with black media? You don't see a problem with that?
I'm not saying that I don't see a problem with it. I'm trying to think, has she not done interviews with black media
And
when
how long has it been? She usually does
I
like.
haven't been I haven't been on Beyonce since Lemonade, for real though. Like, I haven't been following her, like,
When's the last time she been on Breakfast Club? Has she ever been on
Oh,
Breakfast
she ain't
Club?
never been on no Breakfast Club. Has she ever been on Breakfast Club?
Me, that's the biggest black represented.
Oh, no, she ain't going on no Breakfast Club. I don't
Well,
know if I want to go on no
Breakfast
Breakfast
Club.
Club.
They would handle her with kid gloves. She's Beyonce. What is she really worried about? Charlemagne is different now. He would not go off the rails. He wouldn't talk crazy to her.
He's not. No. It's Beyonce. It's
Yeah,
absolutely Beyonce. They may not even have, like, I think they would just send and that's a good question, because Angela Yee is doing interviews with Andrew Yang. They got Biden. They done did a interview with Obama. That's a hard one, man. That's really a hard one, man. Like, it's not, like, you're right. It's not like they aren't, I don't want to call them black media, but yeah, they're black in their media.
right. No, I'm
It's
saying
not
there
like
are
they're for the
most
people, but
reasonable.
you're right. It's not like she doesn't seem to want to be seen with those kind of black people.
See, that's my problem. But you don't mind saying bitch and nigga in a record. That's I got a
Nah,
problem
she don't.
with you.
And she definitely like she's not going on Big Boy's show or anything like that.
Right.
She's not.
Big
She's
boy.
not doing it.
Right.
And he like yeah, she's not,
Yeah, she
Yeah,
doesn't.
Beyonce doesn't do.
I mean, I've seen Jay-Z with Angie Martinez. She's hip hop. But I haven't seen.
But so is Beyonce. Beyonce hip hop or something of that like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like Beyonce. I don't even know the last time she's been on anything Oprah.
I think she would take an interview from Oprah with the quickness.
But I'm saying she is my thing. Like I don't, I'm not sure Beyonce would even do that though. Like like I'm saying she hasn't. I'm sure, Oprah need the help.
Well, yeah. Well, apparently she does since she has to sell part of OWN.
Oprah need the help. Oprah need
Yeah.
the help. That ain't going the way Oprah wanted it to. Tyler Perry went somewhere else. Oprah need the help. Tyler Perry doing his own thing. He got his
Right.
own studio. He doing his own thing. He got his
Right.
own contracts.
Right.
Oprah
So
need the help because she ain't got no other cash cow. Obviously.
apparently, yeah. I mean, maybe if she didn't have, a dozen houses, she could probably
And
afford.
maybe has she decided to build that school on U.S. soil and dedicated it to black girls over here
Right.
instead of in damn South Africa. Maybe
Right.
she'd be in a different situation now.
I
Maybe she
agree.
could have groomed her own audience or
Right.
raised, educated, her own, next in line or the next great producer or whatever. She
Right.
wouldn't be depending on somebody over her, since obviously it didn't happen in South Africa,
Right. Right.
since we weren't grateful or whatever the hell she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's all problematic, man. Like I can't say that what I think my concern is like what Dr. Torrance was saying, what is the rich tax? What is the black tax? And I mean internally, how do we tax our own? And what like do we take it all? Is it all ours? You know what
No.
I'm saying? Or what is the black tax? And I guess that's where I'm at in the conversation. What is the black tax? What should it look like? Um, because what we're doing now is a form of black tax. You know what I'm saying? Like Beyonce, this is what you're doing. This is what we're
Right.
seeing, and we're gonna criticize you,
Right.
and we're gonna chastise you. Now it's just me, and we're not rich, we're not celebrities. We're building. You know what I mean? But enough people will watch this,
Right.
and that thought is in their head, and you and I are having the thought. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. Sometimes that's enough. It seems like
Right.
that's not nothing, but sometimes that's enough. It only takes one, really. And so this is the black tax. And so I want to make sure that there are some rules on a black tax. So, when it's time for me to be taxed, I fill out properly. I want to
Definitely.
fill out the black W-2 properly. So so it's like the conversation we had the last time, with Jay-Z. Like, what is the black tax? What do we expect from our rich?
Well, I already said, like, we were all affected by the crack epidemic in our families. And he has banked on that in more ways than one. First, by doing that crap in his community, and second, by, and I'm judging, and second, by rapping about it.
I think
So,
I think I'm more interested. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening.
so what I think is like, not only that, it takes a great amount of violence to get to certain places. So I don't believe that, most.
Are we holding him to crimes that we don't know though? Like, I mean,
Okay,
like
we gonna
what
act
what
like he don't got
like
hitters.
like
We gonna
what's
act like
like
that. We're gonna act like we're gonna be naive and act like he doesn't have hitters.
I
Remember when
don't.
Kanye?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I can't. I don't got the bodies though.
I mean,
Like. Do I think? Like.
Papa's body.
Do I absolutely think that Memphis Bleak is getting this free ride in life because of something that he did for Jay? Because he's the only one that
Left.
doesn't have that nigga sneaked me out. Yeah, obviously, because you probably put a hole in his head, but I don't have the bodies.
Well, they never
I
found Jimmy
don't
Hoffa's
have the
body.
bodies.
We
Say
never found
again?
Jimmy Hoffa's body. Like, does that mean he's alive somewhere chilling?
Nah. It doesn't. No. It absolutely doesn't. But we know that we have something. We have a missing something.
Right.
We don't. I can't. So
I
are we taxing him for the crimes? So we taxing all the dope dealers?
I'm
Like,
saying
we're taxing the success, right?
it's not just success because
Because we got to tax Beyonce too, and she ain't committed no crimes.
okay, I want to say it like this, right? We're taxing Beyonce because she definitely takes from the culture
Okay,
and doesn't give back
I
what she.
got that. When you
Okay,
take from the culture, you got to put something back, and that's the
right,
black tax.
right,
Okay,
right, right. Like I don't feel like Clarence Thomas owes me anything.
I do. That whole high tech lynching line, you got to get back.
Okay,
You owe us for that, homie. You
okay,
tapped into the culture.
that's true.
You tapped into the culture, homie. That's
Okay,
part of our legacy.
that's right. That's right.
You threw the black card. You said no. I get first dibs because I'm black. This is a high tech lynching. Black people stand with me. That's what he did.
It's
And so you
true.
got to pay for that. You got
Okay,
that job because of us. You
I
tapped
feel you.
into your blackness. So
Right,
you,
right.
same
Okay,
thing with Obama. Obama, like, no, you ain't even from her, homie.
right.
Like
It was Michelle though. Michelle was his selling point.
Michelle O. Michelle O.
Right,
Michelle O.
right.
And we gonna need more than them TikToks from your daughters. We gonna need a little bit more than that. Cause
Right,
y'all sitting good right now. Y'all
right,
eat nice.
right, right. And
Y'all turned the first black president into a real nice meal ticket. And so you owe the people. I want a piece of that too. Yeah.
right. I never seen like the predecessor president not initiate the incoming president, but the one before him does. I've never seen
You're
that
right.
before.
Right. And what the fuck was Bush doing?
Right.
They're all bosom buddies now. They're all cool. They're
Oh,
all
him
together.
and I was like, Bush is gonna find his way to Michelle.
He sure did. He sure did. He gonna cash that every trip, every time he can. Anytime he can play on that, he will. And they
Right.
love it. They invite him. They absolutely. That's an invitation. Like there's like you got to think, man. The DC at that time was on. Can we even talk about this on YouTube? DC was shut down because of the insurrection,
Right.
and that's what's gonna get me in trouble. But so that means everybody from, and this is what I was saying about the Bernie Sanders memes and all of that stuff, man. All of that had to be vetted, man. Every camera, every angle,
Right.
everything, they were going through people's IDs and finding out if you was real or not, or if you was, or black, white supremacist. You can find out for white supremacists in the goddamn army. Come on, the National Guard or whatever. You know
In
how
the
many
National
races
Guard.
in the goddamn National Guard? Um, we broke. That's why you join the military.
Right.
Unless you're an officer, and even some of them, you don't join the military. You know. Anyway, man. Um, Bush, you're there as an honored guest. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That ain't no, I just happen to be in the neighborhood type of situation. Even
Right.
even that get you like that, you're a VIP. Like that guest list had to be shut down because of the circumstances. It
Right.
wasn't a regular inauguration.
Right.
They had to, people had to be cut off because of the circumstances.
Right. Was not open to the
Bush
public.
Bush still, hell, it wasn't open to some of the, some of the elites.
Right.
Them lists had to get cut down.
Right.
Bush still made the cut. That says a lot to me. That says a
Well,
lot.
I mean, he's a former president. I didn't see Jimmy Carter there, but
So is Trump.
yeah, and Trump wasn't there.
Trump's a former president too.
Yes, he is. He is. Trump's trying to get out of town. He's got some
Where was Bill? Where was Bill Clinton?
Was he there? I think he was there too. Was he?
I didn't see Bill Clinton. Was Hillary there?
I don't think so. No, I don't think she was there. Which is crazy because Hillary was, Secretary of State for Obama. So,
I think Hillary's still soft though. For the first
so?
defeat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Cause it's still a game. You know what I'm saying? Like I do feel like I feel like Joe Biden became Obama's vice president for various different reasons, but I do think there was I think Obama did want to keep Biden as a lapdog in a certain kind of way. I think Obama felt like if same thing with Hillary though, he did choose those people that had kind of gone against him, and I think he wanted to keep them around. And I feel the same way with Kamala and Biden. I do feel like Biden might have felt like if we don't get her, and she's the one that was on the stage talking about I was the little girl, I do feel like he felt like this might be the biggest threat to my winning an actual presidency. So let's put her on the vice president ticket to shut whatever machine she got going, because they all got machines.
Right.
Whatever media machine she got going, we need to stop that. We need to stop this message about me. We need to shut that down. And that's why, and I think it's a, it's a shame on Kamala's part, that she was so easily, won over after this, mockery, this playing of a hero, as you say it, this imitation of a hero. But yeah, I do think that, you know what I'm saying. I think it's politics.
I don't like Kamala for a lot of reasons, but I was in California when she was doing her nonsense, and she was definitely against the legalization of cannabis for recreational use. Huh?
And then said she was smoking weed.
Right. But she was during the 80s. When Snoop Dogg wasn't even out, she was smoking weed to Snoop Dogg. But we just gonna leave that alone. Clearly, she lied.
How old was
and it's
Snoop
like, why
then?
don't y'all just keep it real? You don't relate to the average person. You listen to Bach, Mozart, Miles Davis, Duke Ellington.
If they're even listening to that, you know what I'm saying? Like, like there's this assumption that you're even listening to music at all. Like, I don't like these are people who are very. I look at my own self and I'm like, how often and I love music. I was one of the kids. I grew up in, I'm from the 80s and the 90s. They still had record stores when I was a kid. I was one of them kids that used to, leave school and my favorite album was coming out. I'm going to the record store and I'll be in line, I was one of the kids that got posters signed. I had to get an autograph. I was really I was probably a hip hop head. Um, Even today, man, I can count. I almost have to force myself to make time to listen to music,
Right.
to be in touch with what's going on right now.
Right.
People get busy, man. I don't for a second think that they're doing, what they're doing. There's no fucking way she's listening to no goddamn Cardi B filing out no goddamn policies with her staff around.
Right.
Come on,
Right.
man. She don't even look like that type.
Right. Right.
Not saying that that type has a look, but I'm just saying, man.
You know, because like that's what my point was when I was calling out Barack and Michelle for their little stupid playlist. I was like, nah,
Right,
I don't
right,
buy it.
right.
I don't buy
And
it.
and and I feel like the people should be offended that this is what you get. Everybody else has to get an actual policy, but
Right.
you get symbols. Oh, I listen to the same music as you. Oh, I'm
Right.
into what you're into.
Right.
And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's a shame. I think it's a shame that black people don't realize what you used to ask for and what your demands used to be. You used to want a whole nation. You used to want some states. And you used to be willing to. You had a fort before. I think that's the problem. Black people don't know what they used to have. You don't
Right.
know what you had to what you lost, and now
Right.
you think that these little trinkets, somebody saying your favorite rapper is supposed to be something. You're supposed to feel somehow you're accomplished. It's like, nah, dog. Your standards have dropped tremendously.
Right. And so like I always bring up this example. Sister Soldier was called racist by Bill Clinton, and the entire black bourgeoisie, including Dr. Cornel West, Maya Angelou, um, tried to chastise her publicly just to be bosom buddies, just
Yeah, I
so.
thought I thought Tony Morrison. I get it. I get it. I get it. But Toni Morrison doesn't have the ability to make Bill Clinton black. No, she's the one that said Bill Clinton was the first black. Like these aren't like you can't even do that. And you almost want to say shit like nigga stick to writing, but because they are luminaries, like you've done all of these great things in
Right.
your lane,
Right.
but you don't have these abilities, and you're not. We have allowed greatness to be a political uh, and it's even beyond political. Nobody can represent all black people. We're not a national entity. We're a people. We're a nation within a nation. We're all of that hip shit. I'm gangster with all of it. But the reality is, we're not organized. We're
We're
not
not.
organized as a nation. We don't have a military. We don't
Right.
have our own economic system. We don't have our own land.
Right.
We're a group of people who dealing with this thing together. We got this, we're in the basement of this thing together.
Right.
Um, you simply don't have the right to call anybody outside the group black. You don't. That's not something you can do. And I do think that, and then Bill Clinton goes and plays the saxophone, Arsenio Hall, and all this
Right.
other stuff. And we bought the bullet. You know what I'm saying? While he was doing, while he was dog whistling to his brothers and cousins about,
Definitely.
what the Willie Hortons and all of that. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us symbols. He's giving his people, hey, look, man, you let me in, 3 strikes. I'm gonna let my pit bull biting loose on him. You know, and hell, his wife was my wife's going to bring them to heel. All of that.
Right. Super predators.
Super
Right.
predators. And
So
black people went for it. And yeah, Toni Morrison doesn't have. And Maya Angelou should have been ashamed of us.
right.
It's
Right.
and you hate to talk about luminaries like that, but it's the truth, man. Like you don't have the right to do that. You're out of pocket,
Right. And like
and you're
when
not
you
an ancestor. You're an
right.
elder.
Right.
It's different. You don't have protection. You have a particular kind of protection, but you don't got that protection.
right, right, right. And so um I almost felt like I've always kind of not listened to Dr. Cornell West because of that.
I can understand it. I can respect that. Like,
Um,
like, like I have my thoughts about Cornell. I think the situation with I thought what him and Tavis did was cool,
right.
but yeah, Cornell, you gotta,
I mean,
like you're Princeton, Harvard, like it's still, you're not exactly, it's not like you're not no street nigga, you're not Malcolm, you know what I'm saying?
right,
You're not even Martin, you're not Martin. Like Martin was no street dude, but you're not, you didn't, you didn't take a particular kind of shot, and I do have to hold I have to hold academics to a particular model. You kind of got to go to Amiri Baraka route, or the Sonia Sanchez route, or
okay.
oh my God, why can't I think of her name right now?
Who
I think she got.
Angela? No.
I don't. God, I wish you wouldn't have brought her up.
Oh,
Angela Davis gonna get a pass for me. Her and her and George Jackson was, writing letters and shit, and I like to believe things that probably weren't or were absolutely untrue. Probably absolutely not true, but I would still like to believe them. She gets a pass, and she actually went to jail for what she believed in, and she was a part of a really major. She was part of
I mean,
something big,
John
man.
Lewis went to jail, and I had a lot of criticisms for him when he was alive.
John Lewis ain't do what Angela Davis did. John
Right.
Lewis
I
ain't
agree
never
with you.
get put no guns in Jonathan Jackson hand, and try to get nobody brother free. He ain't
Right.
do that,
Right.
So I mean, and I give Jonathan Jackson. I mean, I give Lewis a certain set of passes, but not that one.
Okay.
Angela Davis get a pass from me.
Okay.
And it's she's not an ancestor yet either,
Well, she's
an
not.
elder,
She's an
but
elder.
I give her a pass for her contribution to the war effort,
Definitely.
and that's how I look at that. No, I was thinking about oh, I can't think of her name. She's a poet too. Was really big on Tupac when he was alive. And there was an interview with her and James Baldwin floating not too long ago, and
Okay.
I just can't think of her name right now. It slips me. But either way, along those lines, man, like you got to be real careful. It ain't gonna come to me. You just got to be real careful. As an intellectual,
Right.
if you weren't on the ground and you don't have a particular kind of background, you just got to be mindful of where your contribution to this lies, man, because
Right. It's always easier to judge from the sidelines.
it's easy,
That
and that's where you're at, unfortunately. And that's not to be anti-intellectual. There are a lot of great intellectuals who have been a part of this thing, you know what I'm
right.
saying, but they contributed. And Garvey's a businessman,
Right.
but I look at Malcolm as an intellectual, you know what I'm saying.
Definitely.
So it's where your contribution lies, man. It's how you contribute to the effort, man. And it has to be. I do feel like it has to be towards the war effort. That's where I kind of look at. That's where I kind of look at it. And I do think Sister Soldier was like,
Put in the word.
a necessary voice, especially in at that era, man. Like she was major. PE, that was major.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And for me,
She apparently hit somebody nerve.
oh, she hit a couple people's nerve to where
Yeah.
she had to, you know, I know a lot of people don't like Will Smith, but Will Smith actually helped her Um,
Will Smith was also like him and Geronimo Pratt had a relationship
really?
after he got out of after he got out of prison. Yeah, Will Smith's an interesting guy. Will Smith's an interesting guy.
Right. So, there's it's a
Like that don't
lot.
mean I'm finna go worship dude, but I do think Will Smith's an interesting guy. He's somebody that I would be real careful about, where my criticisms would go.
Right, right, definitely. Because, there's a lot of ways that, to contribute. And so, like I've said to a person before, you know, there's a martial arts film called Ip Man, and um, power changed hands in China to Japanese being in power, and there's a Chinese cop that stays on, and he's a translator for the Japanese cops, and he's witnessing brutality and all kinds of crimes against humanity, and everybody criticizes him for working with the enemy until they need shelter,
Right.
and he's there to provide it because he's the least likely to be suspected of sheltering a fugitive. And so, yeah, your role may be different for different people. Maybe you can't be as vocal. Maybe that's not what you are, going to do. But you could do other things. There's other things.
Especially at that level, man.
Right.
You should absolutely not be taking I
Yeah, I
look,
like that
man.
film too. It's a good one. Wing Chun.
Yeah, yeah,
Plus,
yeah. You should absolutely, especially because I think all of them was older than Sister Soldier at that time.
right, right. And she was just this loud, youthful presence at the time that, to her best ability spoke truth to power. Um, you know, uh, when she said, I don't know any good white people, I was like, yo, I never heard nobody talk like that. A woman speak like that. Um, Not even Angela Davis. I can't, not Kathy Cleaver, not, I'm trying to think. Yeah, none of them talk like that. Um, I think the women of the Black Panthers definitely used their light skin privilege to their advantage for the benefit of everyone. Um, uh, and they're light skinned, y'all, because they don't got the same kinks that they had back in the 70s. Um, so they light skinned. And yeah, she was bold. She was bold. And
Yeah,
so
I think Sister Soldier even to this day gets attacked for a lot of different things.
right,
I think she got and I mean from other black women or whatever. I think there is a there is a stance against and especially with like her book Winter. I think there is a stand there is a particular segment that kind of stands against her because she has very staunch views. She technically she from the old school.
right,
she got some she got interesting. She's principled. You may not like a principle, but she's principled.
right, right. And I think a lot of people don't like. Yeah, her views are staunch. Her delivery is
Even in the writing, like even
right,
in the writing, it's
deliberate.
cutting. She's it's cutting.
Right,
It's cutting.
right, right. So I definitely appreciate you coming to the live.
Always, always, and we got another one on the books. That's what's up.
That's
Get in the
right.
library.
Yeah. If you want me to come on your channel, let me know.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just got you put an outline together.
All
Put an
right.
outline together.
Let me know what topic you want. We could
That's what's up.
take it many ways. So
That's what's up.
yes,
Because
thank
we're going to go wherever we want to go any
you.
damn way.
That's what we tend to do, and then we go back
Bring it back. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Reroute it when we feel like it. Um, Thank you to your wife for allowing you to
Absolutely.
be here, and
Absolutely.
um, you have a wonderful
It
night.
is absolutely an allowance.
Right, definitely. I know she has that baby right now, and she's
Yeah.
had
Yeah.
a week at work. So I definitely appreciate her allowing you to contribute. And thank you to the one viewer. There's always one. There is always one. I'm telling you.
Anaya's that chick though.
Right. She is. She is. And Anais, you can get on here too. Like,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah. That's all for tonight. We are setting. We are all right. Okay. We are. We are getting ready to go to bed at 2:20 a.m. Checking out. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. All right.
Everybody be safe.
Be safe. Thank you. Social distance.